sarvashakti tatra arpita niyamita smaranena kalaha etadrisita vakripa bhagavam mamapi durda idramidrisa ihayanina nuraga namna nakari vakuda niya sarva shakti tatra arpita niyamita smaranena kalaha etadrisita vakripa bhagavam mamapi durda idramidrisa ihayanina nuraga
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Jai. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna.
So we're going to do the Guru Pranam first, and then we'll do some little Ramchandras because it's the parents' day today, Ram Navami. So we'll chant some Ram Dhoon, okay, and then we can do some bhajans and some kirtan as well. Okay. Namo Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prastaya Bhutale Srimate Bhaktivedanta Swami Namine Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharine Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Srivasari Gaura Bhaktivedanta. Rama Sitaram, Ram Ram, Sitaram, Ram Ram, Sitaram, Ram Ram, Sitaram, Ram Ram, Sitaram. All over. Ram Ram, Sitaram, Ram Ram, Sitaram. All together. Ram Ram, Sitaram, Ram Ram, Sitaram, Ram Ram, Sitaram. All together. Ram Ram, Sitaram, 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 Ram, Sita Ram, Rama Rama, Sita Ram, Rama Ram, Sita Ram, Rama Rama, Sita Ram, Rama Ram, Sita Ram, Rama Rama, Sita Ram. Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, we need a microphone here. Krishna, Hare Krishna, 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, 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 Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Hare Rama, 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 Hare Hare. All together. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare,
Hare Krishna,
Hare Krishna,
Hare Krishna,
Hare Krishna,
Krishna Krishna,
Krishna Krishna,
Hare
Hare Hare,
Hare Rama,
Hare Rama, Rama Rama,
Hare
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 Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Krishna,
Krishna Krishna,
Krishna Krishna,
Hare
Hare Hare,
Hare Rama,
Hare Rama, Hare
Hare Rama,
Rama,
Rama
Rama
Rama,
Rama,
Hare
Hare Hare,
Hare Krishna,
Hare Krishna,
Hare
Hare
Krishna,
Krishna,
Krishna
Krishna
Krishna,
Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Hare Hare. Jai Gaur Premanande.
Okay, great, fantastic. So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for and would you like to introduce your band? Their students, tell us a little bit about your school.
Yeah, we represent the School of Bhakti. We do the harmonium and singing classes, and these are our students as well. There's Charlotte here on,
Charlotte, if you please give a round of applause. Charlotte,
Hare Krishna.
and go on yourself.
Magna.
Magna here,
the wonderful Magna.
and go on Sham.
Charlotte. And so when you say you teach harmonium,
The singing classes as well, singing as well.
when do you do that?
We do that on Saturdays. It's,
People find out and
yeah, it's on the website on our Bhaktivedanta Manor, the School of Bhakti. It's on there. So they have to enroll. It's a 16 weeks course.
Right.
And then after the first course is finished, the beginners class, they can go into the second level, or the intermediate level. And then from there into the advanced classes. These girls are on the advanced level. Okay.
Thank you very much. So, schoolofbhakti.com, I think it's schoolofbhakti.com, or you can go by the krishnatemple.com website. Once again, a big round of applause to the School of Bhakti students.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Hare Krishna.
So, if stage management, you can come on now. Clear. Let's go. Fantastic. So, Navami 2022. What's been going on for you guys over the last few years? Anything? Lots going on, right? Are you all now back to work? What's that?
Plenty of teplas with the family.
Plenty of teplas. You can. Our ever expanding waistlines have been there, haven't they? But I'm sort of feeling, I don't know how you're feeling, I'm sort of feeling the shoots of hope. Do you understand? I mean, it's been an awful time for so many people. But I'm starting to feel there's some shoots of hope coming up. And with that, we get the opportunity to attend our family weddings and parties and things. But we also get to attend these wonderful festivals at Bhaktivedanta Manor. As organizers of the festivals was heartbreaking because we couldn't see you. And now here we are back in full swing almost, with an opportunity to serve you. So please do stick around for the rest of today. We've got a packed program. At 2 o'clock we've got a boat leader. But right now what I'd like to do is I want to introduce a wonderful devotee who runs, along with his friends, I think you're the head of School of Bhakti, am I right in thinking? Yeah, the head of School of Bhakti. So he's a wonderful devotee. He's been resident monk here for many years. And I want him to tell you a little bit about the School of Bhakti and also who our special guest is coming up on stage right now. So please put your hands together. Be generous with your applause and your interaction, because this is an interactive session. Please welcome to the stage His Grace Niskinchana Chaitanya Das, the head of School of Bhakti.
Hare Krishna. Bit louder. Hare Krishna. So on behalf of ISKCON School of Bhakti, we'd like to give a warm welcome to everyone who's assembled here for today's Rama Navami festival. I hope you're all doing okay. So sorry, I know there's a bit of moving around going on, but just bear with us. I have a discourse by one of our distinguished leaders of our movement very shortly, and that followed by a bit of a session with this personality. Before I introduce him, just to let you know, School of Bhakti is like the educational wing for the Bhaktivedanta Manor. This place, it's wonderful that people come here. You know, you come here, you bow down, you make a donation, you take a sweet, and that's all wonderful. But actually, you know what? The manor experience goes beyond just bowing, making a donation and taking a sweet. Of course, that is wonderful, and please continue to do that. But you know, with the School of Bhakti, it's an opportunity to know what exactly is this Krishna consciousness. Like, who is Krishna and how does he relate to our modern lives? This whole Krishna consciousness is not like, it shouldn't be that the man experience is something you do on a Sunday and then you go back home, you sit on your sofa, having a hot cup of cocoa, watching the EastEnders omnibus or something like that, and then getting on with the week ahead, right? It's actually like it's actually the thing that gives us purpose, aim in life, right? To understand what is this human life about. But to do that, we need to understand the knowledge, the relationships that goes behind Krishna consciousness. How can it enrich our life? So that's what School of Bhakti is here for. We do a lot of courses, events, retreats, workshops. We have weekly gathering groups, little groups, and whether it's at the manor in people's houses, where we get together and we discuss about Krishna consciousness and how to apply it in our lives. So please take advantage of this opportunity. Please go to our website, www.schoolofbhakti.com, so you can check out more about what we do and really try and take this spirituality to the next level. Make this human life something that is like goes beyond just like working and paying the mortgage and the bank balance, and then at the end of your life you're retired and working in your garden allotment, and then you're going to go and leave this world and you're thinking, what was I here for and where am I going? We want to get to that stage where at the end of our lives we actually know, okay, this life was about this and this is where I'm going now. Okay, anyway, on that note, let's get started with today's talk for the festival. So I'm going to introduce a very, very special personality. His name is His Holiness Chandamuli Swami Maharaj. Please give a big round of applause. So Chandamuli Swami Maharaj is originally from New York, and he's a disciple of His Divine Grace, Srila Prabhupada, the founder of our movement. Maharaj has been in the movement for decades now, and he has fully dedicated himself. He's taken the renunciate celibate order of life, and he has dedicated his full life to traveling around the world and actually sharing spiritual knowledge with people and how it can help them in their lives. He's a mentor, he's a guide, he's a counselor for so many people around the world, and he gives lectures and personal one-to-one guidance to people as well on all sorts of subjects related to Krishna consciousness. So please do pay attention for this talk. Because it's Ram Navami, today's talk will be on Lord Ram's leadership qualities and how they relate to the modern age. So Marge will be talking about this topic, and Marge will give a discourse for about the first 40 minutes, and then there'll be 20 minutes of Q&A, and this involves all of us, so it'll be interactive. We're going to have Kanchanabja Prabhu here with a mic, so he's going to go around. We want you to really ask questions, understand, and if you have any doubts or even challenges or any questions on what is being talked about in the discourse, then feel free to ask about it. Okay, again, one more round of applause for Chandamali Maharaj. Okay, so over to you, Maharaj.
Hare Krishna. Om Gyan Timidandasya Gyanajana Salakaya Chaksu Unmilitamina Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha Nama Om Vishnu Vadaya Krishna Prasthaya Bhutale Srimakti Bhaktivedanta Swami Tinamine Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pachardine Nirvise Sasunyavadi Pastyatya Desatarine Vanchakalpa Tarubhischa Kripa Sindhu Paevacha Patitanam Pavanebhyo Vaishnavebhyo Namaho Namaha Jai Sri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Sri Advaita Gadadhara Sivasari Gaur Bhaktivinoda Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare. So the qualities of Sri Ram in his position as a exemplary leader. There are many incidents that describe these qualities and how they are fundamental for one who is in a position of leadership. I'll just pick up some different incidents that kind of illustrate a leader, and there's so many things we can say about a leader in terms of what of both the qualities and the activities of a leader. But one of the most important thing is that they lead for those that they lead, they are concerned about the welfare of those they lead. It's not leadership for the sake of position. It's not leadership for the sake of the benefits that come by that kind of position. It's leadership for the benefits of the people they're leading. And I'll give you a good example in the life of Sri Ram. And this was when he was in Ayodhya. This is after the time he had come back after being in the forest for 14 years. He then took the throne and he ruled Ayodhya for another 11 years. Actually, he ruled for 11,000 years, actually. There was one particular Brahmana, and he was very much devoted to Lord Ram. And he would not take his food unless he actually saw the Lord. He was so dedicated to worship of Lord that he made a vow that I will not eat any food until I get the darshan of the Lord. And so he followed that very strictly. But occasion came up in where the Lord had to leave for a period of time. And so he was not able to get that darshan, and the result was he fasted. In other words, when he didn't see the Lord, he would fast. And it didn't matter how long it was, he would continue that fast until he would see the Lord. He was very dedicated. He was a loving servant of the Lord. Now this went on. After some time the Lord returned, and he was informed about this Brahmana who was following this very strict and very austere vow. And when the Lord heard about it, he became concerned. And so he went into his own private quarters, and there was a deity of himself. So the Lord took that deity and arranged for that person to have that deity, and therefore he could worship the deity, which is non-different than the Lord, and therefore he wouldn't have to worry about whether the Lord was personally present or not, because we understand that the deity is the manifestation of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. It's non-different according to Scripture and according to the principle of worship. And so, in order for him to become happy, satisfied, and not have to go through great austerities, the Lord personally gifted him this particular deity, and that way he wouldn't have to fast. So here's an example of how the Lord was concerned about the individual life of a person. So you see, and this is one small example, there are many, that a leader has to be concerned about the quality of what his followers are exemplarizing. In other words, giving out. So he's concerned. Nowadays we see in modern societies, people don't even know who they lead. And they get into a particular position, and it becomes quite impersonal. And it's more about the position than about the concern for those that they lead. There's one particular characteristics that we mentioned. We understand from the spiritual perspective that each and every one of us is a servant. Jiver, Surupai, Krishna, and Nityadas. It's explained that every living entity is eternally a servant of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. And so to serve is our constitutional position, it's our nature. So whether we're serving in the material world, in relationship to family or occupation or to social obligations, we're serving. And in the spiritual realm, we understand that that principle is a high principle to somehow or other take the position of service. Of course, we may accept service in order to give service, but the goal is to give service. And so we coined a particular phrase, servant leadership. One who is in a position of leadership serves from that position. I remember I met one very interesting person. He was a senator in one state in America, Michigan it was. And he had read Bhaktivedanta Swami's book on servant leadership. This was after the disappearance of Maharaj, and he came there to honor Maharaj in our ceremony in remembrance of Maharaj. And he spoke, and he was quite incredulous. He said, I never even conceived of the idea that a leader is a servant. But he was attracted by the whole idea, and he was also convinced that this is the concept. What it means is that whatever position you have, no matter what, you're a servant. A mother serves the family, her children, she serves the husband serves the family. Go to work, you serve the boss. When people are in relationships to each other, they think how to serve each other in order to build the quality of that relationship. So service we can't get away from. It's our nature. And so when it's not there in the mood of a leader, that leader becomes, what we say, a misleader. No longer can actually lead. But it's not about serving something that is not personal. In other words, people serve in order to get a position. People serve in order to get the benefits of that position, such as wealth or some kind of acclaim or something about their own interests. But a leader serves for the benefit of those who are serving. And that is the quality. So they have to know about who they're serving. When King Yudhisthira took the throne after the battle of Kurukshetra, he immediately set up a policy that anyone in the kingdom could come and see him and speak to him. if they had personal problems or had some concern or just wanted to meet him, his door was open. And he made that his main activity as a leader. And so many people came to see. And they came with different problems, they came with different ideas. And so there's an example of how a leader leads. They don't just have an impersonal understanding, they get to know each and every person they're serving. So that way they can qualify, they can put quality in their service, they can know the individual. And Ram was like that. He had a very personal and a very intimate relationship with each and every person that he came in contact with. And by doing that, people would like to serve a leader like that, because that brings out that quality of service when the leader is concerned about the person, and they can feel that concern. Nowadays, people don't care about who the leader is. In fact, they don't even take part in the process of election of a leader, because they think it's all the same. Whoever's going to be in there, he's going to do the same thing that the other guy did. And so people are not so much interested in getting involved with the process of making leadership, because they know that it's, everyone is interested in their own political position or social position or whatever position they may have as a leader. But that's not leadership. One of the qualities that is important of a leader can't be one-sided. He has to be strong when it's necessary, and has to be soft when it's necessary. In other words, if a leader is always harsh or strong or rules with an iron hand, then that's not a balance, and that won't take care of the business that's needed. We see in the example of Lord Ramachandra, what did he do? When he felt that his wife, Sita Devi, had somehow breached her chastity, she didn't, but when she came back at the end of the battle of Kurukshetra, at the end of the battle of Lanka, getting the different battles mixed up here. At the end of the battle of Lanka, she had been chaste. She had been under the custody of Ravana for 11 months. But she remained faithful. And she didn't even look at Ravana, what to speak of, listening to any of the things that he wanted her to do. She was perfect. But Ram didn't accept her back. She had prepared herself. She came to meet her husband after being away from him for 11 months. It was an excitement for her. She wanted to be at her best. She came in a very sweet and loving mood, and eager again to be in the association of Ram. But all he said to her was, "You're unchaste. You have been with another person for so many months, therefore I cannot accept you back." Of course, she proved that he was wrong, but what he was doing, he was testing her. Because he would have been criticized for accepting her back without her going through that. And as soon as a leader gets criticized, then that leads to other people, believing that criticism, and then there's a taint. So a leader has to be beyond reproach. There has to be no faults in the leader. Where do you see that today? Because people don't know what it means to be a leader. They don't understand that it's not something about power, position, or intelligence or ability. It's character. The character, it makes up the quality of a person, and one has to lead by the proper character. In spiritual life, it's spiritual character. In material life, it's honesty or morality, the principles that govern civility. But in talking in terms of Sri Ram, He was ideal in his character. We have the example when he was asked to take the throne after so many years that his father, now Dasarat, he wanted to retire from the leadership in Ayodhya. He was the king. He had been there for so many decades. He was an ideal leader. He wanted to retire timely. He was also beyond reproach. And now he had designated, out of the 4 sons, Bharat, Satrughna, Lakshman, and Ram, he had chosen Ram, because Ram was the son of his senior queen, Kaushalya, and so he felt that he should be, and he had all the qualities, even as a young boy. And so when he was asked, he immediately agreed. And it was obviously the right choice, but still, he agreed to follow the instruction or the direction of his father and take the throne. But then we know what happened later on is that when Kaikeyi had come with this plan to make Bharat the king, her son, and banish Ram to the forest, she approached her husband, Dasarat. Now, Dasarat had given her a boon or a benediction that you could ask from me anything you want, 2 boons, 2 benedictions, and I will immediately fulfill your desire. She had saved his life on the battlefield, and now he became indebted to her, and he wanted to reciprocate, so he gave her that boon. Now, he didn't know when she asked him what she was going to ask, he didn't realize it was something that was completely, you might say, contrary to everyone's desire, that make Bharat the king and send Ram to the forest. That's a long story. But she approached him and said, this is what I want. First she said, you remember, you had given me this benedictions that any time I asked, and I said I would take it at the time when I felt it was needed. Now is the time. And so she asked. When Dasarat heard that, he was struck by a thunderbolt. His mind, first of all, he couldn't believe what she was saying. She was so dedicated. She was such a chaste and faithful wife, and she loved Ram, but being influenced by her maidservant, who had somehow or other, in a very crafty and a very, very cunning way, was able to change her mind in a different way. She went against Ram, and she went against everyone's desire. And now she used her desire in a way that it couldn't be refused, because Dasarat, being a king, being a Kshatriya, he gave his word. So she forced him, she said, you have given your word. Therefore, as a leader, as a king, as a person who is devoted to truth, how can you refuse? You'll be criticized. And he understood, yes, and I have given my word, but his word was contrary to everyone's best interest, apparently. And he reluctantly gave her the benediction she wanted. When Ram heard that now he was not going to be the king, which was the next day, it was a big ceremony for his coronation. It was all in line. The entire citizens, all the citizens of Ayodhya were so ready. They were so happy. Now Ram will be the new prince regent, and the glory of Ayodhya will continue to increase. That's how they felt. But when Ram was requested reluctantly by his father that now there's a change. I have given this promise to your stepmother, Kaikeyi. Bart will be the king. Ram said, fine. And you have to go to the forest for 14 years. That was the hard part. Accepting Bart as the king was easy. No, because Ram didn't have any what we say personal interest in taking the throne. He did it as a service for everyone and at the request of his father. But now everything changed. So what happened? Now he's supposed to go to the forest, and immediately, and as you read in the text, he said, "My dear father, if this is your desire, this is also my desire." Obedience. No personal interest. Seeing his superiors as his guide. So Ram wasn't in a position of leadership at that time, but we know that he had all leadership qualities even at that particular time. So using that quality, what did he do? He simply accepted something that was difficult because it was wanted by his superiors. And one of the qualities of a leader is they don't act independently. They always take advice from others. We were mentioning earlier how there are 3 types of leaders. One, the first-class leader is one who makes a decision or calculates a particular plan that they want to execute, then goes to his ministers, to his advisors, and presents his ideas. We have the example when Dasarat wanted to perform the Asvamedha Yajna in order to give auspiciousness to the kingdom because he was feeling unhappy that he didn't have a son. This is before the appearance of Ram. He went to his ministers and said, "This is what I want to do. What do you think?" His minister said, "Very good. This is wonderful." They agreed. But he didn't act independently. So that is considered a leader who is in the first-class consciousness of leadership. They get advice. Although they make a decision, they acknowledge that decision or get the blessings of that decision, get the permission of that decision from others. The second-class leader is one who makes a decision, goes to his advisors, his ministers, and see if they agree with him. And if they don't agree with him, he does what he wants anyway. That's Ravana. Ravana was like that. He would ask advice, but he always wanted advice to support what he already felt was the right thing. Another type of leader. You know, sometimes you talk to people, "Isn't that correct? Isn't that correct?" Yeah. You're already encouraging him to agree with you before you actually explain everything. So yeah, people want to agree without getting proper advice or counseling. And the last class leader, the third class leader, we might say, doesn't consult everybody. Anyone just does what they want. So Ram was, you see, when Ram was in the forest, he took advice from Augusta Muni on how to live into the forest. He's the Supreme Personality of Godhead. But he's teaching by example. He takes advice from the Brahminical class. We understand, according to the Varnashram system, which is the foundation for activities in human society, that the leaders, the Kshatriyas, they are called the leaders in society, they take advice from the Brahminical class. And the Brahminical class just gives advice, and that's all. They don't perform, they don't take any position. Their whole idea, their whole service is to advise the leaders, both in spiritual principles and in practical managerial principles also. So Augusta Muni was there, and he was giving various types of instructions to Ram. Augusta Muni is one of the more powerful Munis. And at one point, Augusta Muni came forth with this arrow. It was a powerful arrow. He said to Ram, because the great souls, they're Trikala Gyan. They know past, present, and future. So these great sages, they can also see the future. So he said to Ram, here, this arrow is like a nuclear weapon, to use a modern day analogy. He said, when you need it the most, use it. Only when you need it at the most dire time. Fast forward a little, the battle between Ravana and Ram at the end. When Ram and Ravana were fighting each other, and it was a one-to-one battle, everyone else stopped in the battlefield to watch. And it was a tremendous battle. I mean, Ravana was expert at fighting, and he was fighting to his capacity, and he was also using his mystic power to fly in the sky, to disappear, to appear in different places at the same time. And the battle was going on. Now Ravana had 10 heads. And so Ram was thinking, you know, I'm going to kill him by cutting off his head. So every time he shot an arrow, he would cut off the head, one of the heads of Ravana, and the head grew back. Ravana was blessed with this elixir of immortality, that any time a head was cut off, he had this special, I don't know what do you call it, it was some kind of, it was like an elixir of immortality, that another head would grow back. So Ram was thinking, what's going on? He was cutting off his heads, and the head was growing back. So it appears that Ram doesn't know what he's doing, right? Or he's acting according to the human calculation of a situation. He's calculating it that way. So then Vibhishan comes over and says, that's not the way to do it, Ram. You have to hit him, you have to shoot for the heart. He said that's because in that heart he has a pool of unlimited nectar which is feeding his life. If you dry up that nectar, that's the only way you can kill him. So Ram remembered, oh yes, I have that special arrow, and this is the time to use it. So he took that arrow and he shot that arrow, and it went right into the heart of Ravana. It went through it, went into the earth, went around the earth 7 times, and came back into the quiver of Ram. That arrow was given to him by Augusta Muni. Augusta Muni is a sadhu. So here's the message. Take advice from saintly persons, even in practical matters. Because saintly persons can see what is the need, what is the vision, and how to lead your life in that way. So taking advice from saintly persons is one of the main businesses, especially for those, this is a general principle, but especially for those who are in leadership positions. Even those who are in leadership positions take advice from other leaders, because it always helps to broaden the scope of choice. It helps to understand things clearly. And it also helps one to be accountable. One of the important things that a leader must do is take association from peers. Sometimes we find, and this is quite common, you find leaders who are surrounded mostly by followers. And of course followers come and leaders accept, and they also, that is their service. But it's necessary in order to keep proper understanding of what it means to be a leader, to associate with those in the same business, you might say. In other words, associate with peer groups. Because in the peer groups, then you can reflect, you can learn, you can also get rid of things, they can help you get rid of the things that you don't need in your service as a leadership, whether it's an internal quality or it's an activity that you're performing. So it's important that leaders take association from others of the same level of leadership. It's very important. We call it sadhu sangha, but it's more than that. It's actually an opportunity to stay fixed in the proper way in one's service as a leader. These are some of the qualities. Another quality, and we might say this bridges the area of material. A leader is a reader. A leader is a reader. They are an avid reader. They read, read, read. Because they have to have knowledge, both of leadership and developing a vision by which they can lead. One of the qualities of a leader is to have a vision. We see that even in today's world. Today's leaders, they give you a vision of what the future will be, but the problem is they never were able to fulfill the vision. They say things will get better, just follow me. And people follow, but things don't get better. Sometimes they get a little better. Why? What's the problem with today's leadership? Because people are not educated or qualified to take the position of leadership. What is the qualification? It's character. It's ability. It's not simply some kind of education that comes from secularism or some kind of graduation from prestigious schools. That's not the qualification. Because we see, Ravana was a leader. And he knew the scriptures well. I mean, his father was Vishrava. He was a Brahmin. His mother was a very nice lady, but somehow or other she became polluted by a demon. A demon had accosted her, and Ravana was born. And so his mother, it says that the son takes on the qualities of the mother, and the daughter takes on the qualities of the father. That's the general tendency. So Ravana had the qualities of his mother, but he had the knowledge of his father. His father was a great Brahmana, and he knew the scriptures well. But he twisted the scriptures to fit his own selfish interests. And therefore, his leadership was a disaster to both himself, those he was leading, and everyone else. Because he was leading simply from the position of getting more and more opportunities for sense gratification and material facilities. And that's what today's leaders teach. What do they teach you? It'll get better materially. But they don't talk about characters like Prabhupada used to say. The business of a president or a king or a monarch is to make sure each and every citizen is following some path of religion. In other words, they have to be, religion or spirituality is the innate quality of the living being, because we understand that we are spiritual beings. And so just to live a secular life means to live a shadow life that has no real value. Unless one comes to spiritual life, they haven't understood what is the value of life and how to become happy. So Prabhupada says that it's a business of one who's in position of power to make sure each and every citizen that they're leading is following some path of religion. It may be one path, maybe another path, maybe another path. It doesn't matter. They have to be following that path and according to how that path teaches. Interesting. It's quite interesting. You wouldn't think that would be a responsibility of a leader. But it is, because The goal of life, as explained in the Shastras, is to become God conscious. That's the goal of life. Whatever is done in the material world supports that principle, and it's also required. But the ultimate goal is to fulfill our obligation to the Supreme Lord by worshiping the Lord and bringing out that character and quality that is conducive to worshiping the Lord. And that's what it means to be a leader or a follower even. And also, we also might mention that in order to be a good follower, a leader, you have to be a good follower. A leader doesn't become independent. They have to follow also. We have, just like we have in our disciplic succession, you have a series of spiritual teachers, one after the other, which is giving knowledge, coming down ultimately from Krishna himself. It's like in our we are the Brahma Gaudiya Madhva Sampradaya. Sampradaya means disciplic succession of saintly persons who are qualified to teach and to preach spiritual knowledge. So everyone is following. We saw an example of Srila Prabhupada, the ideal leader, when he was giving, what's the word? He was given praise and glorification for whatever he did. He said, it's not me. It's simply I followed my spiritual master. So a leader also gives credit to those that they learn from as their own success in life. And not thinking, well, I have so many good qualities, just see what I can do. This pride, which comes with position. And you'll see that. Position has a tendency to bring pride. And when it's there in leadership, it ruins everything, because a leader will affect the lives of so many people. And if they become proud, they become bewildered, they become confused, and they can't lead properly from the position of being proud. We see sometimes Indra, the king of heaven. He's the king of heaven. He is the king of the Devas. He only works under Lord Brahma himself. He has 33 million demigods under his control. And he somehow becomes proud of his position and does the wrong thing. He gets in trouble. He did it many times. He didn't recognize Krishna. He tried to kill Krishna's residents of Vrindavan by, we all know, the Govardhan Puja, where he was just pouring rainfall, because his position was somewhat challenged by Krishna, but he didn't recognize Krishna, and he thought, well, who is he to challenge? Lord Brahma didn't even recognize Krishna. He tried to steal his calves and cowherd boys. So there's a tendency for leadership to somehow become a little bit enamored by their position. But one of the qualities of a leader is they have to become humble. Humility means to give credit to whatever you do to those that you have learned from, those who you are working with. In other words, they don't take credit. They just say, it is because of others that I'm able to do what I'm doing. And that we understand that. And for a leader, especially in spiritual life, they get all credit to the Lord, or they give all credit to their spiritual master. So we could speak a little bit about today's leadership in the secular world, but I think we find that there are so many anomalies, so many deficiencies. And if you study a little bit of the politics, I mean, maybe some of you are in tune in that level, you see how they give policy according to vested interests. It's not about the benefit of the people. It's about the vested interests of various types of powerful organizations. So we're in a very difficult situation in the world today, because the leadership around the world don't represent people. That's also mentioned in the Mahabharata, where there's a nice story in the Mahabharata. It's an analogy. we mentioned how Yudhisthira had opened up his door to anyone and everyone. So one time, one person came to see Yudhisthira, and he presented his problem. He said, "My dear Yudhisthira, I made a garden, beautiful garden, and I got so many nice flowers and shrubs and trees, and cultivated the garden nicely, and after I was done, I was so happy. It had everything, and it was nicely done. And then I was thinking, I have to do something to protect the garden from being destroyed. So I built a wall around the garden. And then the most strangest thing happened. The wall started to encroach on the garden and started to destroy the garden. I built a wall to protect the garden, and now the wall is destroying the garden. Give me an answer. Why is it happening?" This is in the Mahabharata. Yudhisthira is very clear. He understood that this is the age of Kali, and Krishna has disappeared from the planet, and things will start to go down. So he said, what this represents is that the citizens will elect their leaders for protection, for guidance, and the leaders will destroy the citizens. This is the age of Kali. And you'll see that it's only getting worse. So, I mean, sometimes we see a leader has some good intentions, but they can't do much. Someone asked Prabhupada, should we try to get some of our devotees in power, and then maybe we can change the face of how things go in the world towards spirituality? Prabhupada thought about that early, and then we also had in God We Trust party where we were trying to elect one devotee, but Prabhupada stopped it after a while. And he responded later by saying, even if they get in, they can't do anything. Even if there's a good person get in, the system is so corrupt that you will not be able to do anything. And you'll see if someone is too good, they don't last. So this is today's society. So we talk about Ram Raj, right? The rule of Ram. But we want Ram Raj, but we have to bring in Ram. And what does that mean to bring in Ram? To understand, Ram lived by character. He lived by values, both spiritual values and moral values. He taught, and one of the most important principles is integrity. Integrity, we have an example of what integrity is. Let's see. I think I wrote it down here. Integrity is the principle by which one acts in all relationships, and it's fueled by progress. By acting out of integrity, one makes progress, and when progress is there, integrity gets supported. But integrity is honesty. Integrity is accountability. Integrity also helps to facilitate one's activities in the position of leadership. Otherwise, if there's no integrity, there's no... we also call that, what is that word? Transparency. A leader has to be transparent. What you see is what you get. It's not like, well, when I'm out in the public, I'm one way, and then when I'm somewhere else, in more private life, then it doesn't matter. I do whatever I want in my life. But character isn't the most important thing in any leadership position. But if a person's not, their character is not good, what can you expect from that type of leadership? So transparency allows for that character to be, to be evaluated and altered if it's needed. Nowadays you don't find that. There's the personal life and the private life. There's a little antidote. It's kind of funny. Prabhupada said the word teacher, T-E-A-C-H-E-R, teacher is, but nowadays you take the same letters, T-E-H-C-H-E-R, and you change it around, C-H-E-A-T-E-R. You get a different word. Cheater. But if you're good at cheating, hey, that's good leadership. If I can fool people, and if I can somehow or other fulfill my desires, and it doesn't matter what I say, it's the goal that counts. No. No. One cannot use ill means to attain a particular goal, because that's another form of cheating. And that person has no qualities of a leader. So let me see here. There's one particular point. Yeah, this illustrates what I said. This is from the Ramayana. Even the most powerful monarch becomes weak and pitiable under the influence of lust. Even the most powerful monarch becomes weak and pitiable. People feel sorry for him under the influence of lust. So their character has to be good. Their private life should not be something different than at least the principles of morality. A leader is centered on accountability and not on privacy. A leader is accountable for his privacy. So these are some of the qualities of leadership. And there's many, many more that we can speak about. When Vibhishan wanted to join Ram, he came, and you can see there's a picture that describes what is happening. He's coming to join Ram. And now the monkeys are with Ram. They're all there. They're suspicious. Here is a Rakshasa. He's the brother of Ravana. Now he's coming. He's probably a spy. So we shouldn't trust him. So they were giving advice in that way. But Ram could see differently. He understood Vibhishan was of a different character. Although he was of the same parent, the same family, he wasn't of the same mold, you could say. Because actually Vibhishan was born of a different mother, and they had the same father. That's why Vibhishan was the stepbrother of actually Ravana. And he was saintly in character, and somehow he wound up in the family of Rakshasas. And he never liked what his brother was doing, and he would always giving him advice. But Ravana would always accuse him of being, the servant of his enemy. But because he was his brother, he didn't do anything harmful to him, but he criticized him a lot. So now he's tired and he wants to join, Ram. But Ram welcomed him and could see that this person is actually sincere, and they want to come and on the side of righteousness, on the side of morality, on the side of spirituality. So Ram could see that. So a leader has to have a vision, be able to understand things, not simply from books, but by their own experience, by their own qualities. You would see that in the life of Srila Prabhupada, those of you who had any personal association with Prabhupada. Prabhupada knew you. He never met you, but he knew you. He knew you in the sense that he could understand something about you, and it wasn't in a judgmental way. It was in a way to, what can I do to bring this person closer to Krishna consciousness? He could see right through you. And if he saw something that was unpleasant, he pushed it aside as something that was needed to be removed. But that was Srila Prabhupada. He had that vision when he was with his disciples, and the disciples could understand that also. He knows me. I mean, that was deep. That's really deep. Prabhupada's intelligence and his spiritual acumen was so... I mean, Prabhupada was just a special person. He came from the spiritual world to do this work by spreading Krishna consciousness. So he knew past, present, and future, and he knew his disciples also. And so a leader should have some insight on what is the need of the disciples. What is the character of their disciples or followers like that? Just like a parent has to take care of their children, so they know their children and they know what their children needs and what will take them to grow in the right way. If the parent doesn't know the child, how can he lead the child? Well, that's natural because that's in the family and it gets to be known automatically by that association. But a leader also has to have that. Otherwise, their leadership falls short of perfection. So if we study the life of Ram and we see how he led and how he kept his word, how he was obedient to superiors, how he was humble in the presence of great personalities, such as great sages and others, he exhibited all good qualities. And you might say, we use a little statement, if a person is rich, if a person is powerful, if a person has maybe even followers, if he's not kind, who cares? Who cares? That kindness is actually the most important quality of a leader. They lead for the benefit of others, and they understand what is actually beneficial for others. So that's one of the most important and the most prominent qualities of a leader. They're kind by nature. Okay, I'll stop there.
Thank you, Maharaj. Maybe we can give a round of applause. So we've got 10 minutes, so I think what we'll do is we can actually hand it over straight to on the floor, Q&A. I can also ask any questions, but maybe we can hand it to the floor. Is there any questions for Maharaj based on the discourse that Maharaj has just given? You can put your hands up, and we have Kanchanabja who will obviously come around with the mic. Oh, there the mic is there. Any questions from the floor? Okay, maybe I can start off then.
There's a question there.
Oh, there is a question.
Yeah.
No, there isn't. No, that's just come to
Oh, okay.
Okay, so thank you, Maharaj, for you highlighted a lot of interesting things there. You mentioned that, the values that Lord Rama was displaying, like for example, Bharat offered to give the kingdom back to Lord Ram because it was unjustly given to him. And Lord Ram didn't take it. He said, no, you look after the kingdom. I have to go to the forest. Even though the whole thing was unjust against him, based on KK's unreasonable
He did
demands.
that because that was the command of his father.
Yeah.
Yeah, he wanted to obey he couldn't go back on his father's request. Yeah.
So he obeyed his father's request. In this day and age, it's sometimes seen that a leader should be affirmative, should be assertive. Would you say that kind of decision would be acceptable or should be actually needed for the sort of society we're dealing with now?
Assertiveness is another quality, but it has to be used according to time, place, and candidate, circumstance. It's not that you characterize assertiveness and then you use that all the time. No, you have to be assertive at some times. Just like Prabhupada would say, Lord Chaitanya, he's strong as a thunderbolt, but he's soft as a rose. So he would use those qualities accordingly, whatever situation was needed. So a leader is not one-sided. He can be strong and he can be very assertive, but then only when that warrants that. And he needs to have that intelligence to discriminate between when to use it and when not to use it. But it's done as a service. It's not done simply as a characteristical trait. It's done to get the job done.
So in that respect, because Bharat taking the kingdom, he would have done a good role in leading whilst Lord Ram was away. So
He felt Bart could do it, but Bart didn't want it. He led from a distance. He didn't even go into Ayodhya. He led from Nandigram, which was a little place nearby, because he felt Ram was the real king. But he acted in a position of giving advice and making policy, but he did everything on behalf of Ram. That was his consciousness.
thank you, Maharaj. Also regarding his handling of Sita Devi at the end of the war, after everything's settled, you mentioned how Lord Ram had to put Sita Devi through that test of chastity. And I know this is a topic that often comes up, right? One can argue maybe does that a little bit harsh, like
Harsh, yeah.
to just to prove that she's beyond reproach, to make her go through that ordeal. How does one justify that in the modern context?
Well, that harshness was necessary in order to, keep away any criticism that would have come by way of not making it known that Sita was actually pure. He had to show her chastity to the world. Otherwise, he would have been criticized for taking her back. And that happened later on. One, that washerman, he criticized her because his wife went out all night and she was somewhere else and she came back the next morning, and then he chastised her for doing that, and he said, "I am not like Ram." And he somehow wasn't aware that Sita had already proved her chastity. So, not knowing, he criticized his wife by using Ram as an example. I'm not like him.
Thank you, Maharaj.
But that was wrong.
Yeah.
That was wrong, obviously. Yeah.
You mentioned about leadership and how it's about making decisions. You mentioned also Prabhupada also was obviously a very good leader for modern day. There are certain times when a leader has to pick their fights and certain times when they have to just let go and realize that not all fights are worth fighting. When we look at Prabhupada's life, when it came to the Juhu property, he stuck with that. No matter all the obstacles that are coming against him, he stuck with the Juhu property.
Why?
I was going to ask you that, why did he stick with that? And then if you compare to Jhansi, which is earlier on, he let that one go. So what
there was one factor that and Prabhupada said, because I have done this, I'm determined to get this property. And it was just one thing. When he first got the property, after he installed the deities, he came in a very humble and a very reverential way. He said, "My dear Lord, I will build you a temple on this place." He said, "I made a promise to Sri Sri Radha Rasa Bihari I would build him a temple." That's why. And Prabhupada said, we could have had any other property, but I had already put the deities there and I promised them that I would build them a temple. So that was the motivation why Prabhupada stuck to the whole thing. Yeah, he even said that. He said, we could have just let it go, but I had promised the Lord.
How would we, in our everyday life now, make a call then between... because, you know, we may not make vows for every single decision we make, but still we have decisions where, okay, do we follow this through and fight it, or do we let go of it? Especially for those who are involved in management of some sort or another.
That takes intelligence. You have to see the situation and see what is the possible outcome. What are the liabilities? Should we go ahead with it? Is there an alternative to fulfilling our desires in another way? It takes some intelligence, some discrimination. Probably it also takes some advice coming from others. You know, just like I know there's one temple being built in America, and there's so much controversy on how the temple should go, how big we should make it, how small we should make it, what deities we should do. So it's going back and forth. It's been going on for years. And they can't come to an agreement. But they're working it out, and gradually some of the, the contentions are falling away. Because their vision is that this is their goal. So somehow they have to work out all of these disagreements. And these are all leaders disagreeing with each other on the direction. Unfortunately, there's not one leader who can finalize the decision. That's what happens when you have a board of directors that do managing. You don't get anything done. You might get something done. But Prabhupada always said the system is you have to have one leader, ultimately, that when decisions get stuck or ideas cannot, generate to fulfill the plan, he has to say, well, this is the way it goes. And we should do it like that. When Prabhupada was here, that's what he did. And everyone accepted Prabhupada. So when Prabhupada said that, we had no problem. And when Prabhupada was gone, he put so many persons to be his representatives to lead in different ways around the world. And so then you saw so many other ideas came up. So you need that. You have to have that one, Every successful operation has a qualified leader.
Maharaj, you mentioned that all leaders should take advice from the saintly personalities, when they conduct their operations. When one looks at history, religious conflicts in history, or even like secular conflicts, like the Tsars of Russia were taking advice from this holy man called Rasputin. You've got the religious, the invasions that have been done in the name of religion, like the Crusades in South America, or the invasions, the Islamic invasions, or what have you. All the violence that's been caused, they always will put up a religious person or a scripture saying, no, the books have ordained us to do this, and then then it comes out a disaster and people lose faith. So how do we spot the right saintly person to take advice from in this day and age? Because there's a lot of cynicism around taking advice from spiritual people to guide, the lives of society.
Well, a leader is understood by his qualities, his characters, and his ability to lead. So when you see that, then you can say, oh, this person is the person to take advice from. In other words, it doesn't happen automatically. It takes some time to develop that faith and understand who is that person who has the qualities. And Prabhupada first started the movement. He had all the qualities, but he got challenged a lot. But he was able to accept the challenges and show by his example and by his activities that he was qualified to do what he was saying, what he wanted to do. But one of the qualities that we saw in Prabhupada, he was kind, very kind. And he would go out of his way to show kindness to others. you might have, say, a person who is a leader but doesn't have time for the little guy because they're making big projects to make things happen, but they don't talk to or don't have a relation. Prabhupada wasn't like that. Prabhupada had a relationship with each and every devotee. And therefore he won their hearts. They trusted him.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I can ask more questions, but before I do, is there any, Dipesh Prabhu?
Hare Krishna Maharaj. Please accept my humble obeisances. All glory to Srila Prabhupada.
Hare Krishna.
Maharaj, I have one question. When we read the Ramayana, we see when Sita Devi was taken away by Ravana, Lord Ramachandra was really in a deep state of misery, anguish. Also we find description where he was crying and he almost lost composure. So what was Lord Ramachandra trying to teach through that emotions that he went through for us? And how does it relate to a leader?
He was talking, a husband is lost without his wife. I'm a husband and my wife's gone. How can I be a husband without a wife? So he's lamenting from the loss of his wife. Yeah.
Kind of.
Yeah. He was actually chanting her names. 4 months during the rainy season, he went to a cave. You can see that cave. We went there. There's a deity of Ram, and he's got his hand on his heart, and he's got one hand on the japa beads, one hand on his heart. He's lamenting for the loss of his wife. Mm-hmm. Can we do that? That's love. That's responsibility also. She's a faithful wife. Somehow or other, I didn't give her the protection. He was feeling somewhat responsible that she was gone. Although he tried to protect her by giving Lakshman the duty of protecting her when she was gone. But she acted in such a way that Lakshman could no longer stay with her because she was criticizing him unfairly, and he just, being a Kshatriya, was just burning his mind to hear her criticism. And what she was saying was completely wrong. She was accusing him of wanting to be with her in the absence of Ram. And of course that wasn't Lakshman at all. He would always look at her feet. He wouldn't even look at her above her feet. He was worshipping her, and he was also serving her and Ram all the time. But she became bewildered. So she fell into this principle of illusion. She could not, so you might say, was that yoga maya? She was put in that illusion in order to allow for this pastime to unfold. You could say that. But then again, then you see, she wanted that deer. So that was a material desire. She wanted the deer, and she forced Ram to, fulfill that desire. Being a good husband and wanting to please his wife, he tried. But the deer was obviously a demon in disguise. So it seems like she started to exhibit a material desire. I want this deer, and I must have it. So there we can learn that, wrong desire can lead to something unpleasant. And the unpleasantry was she was kidnapped, by Ravana. So you might say that, Ram was feeling somewhat responsible, and she was no longer there. So he was lamenting both the loss, and he was also thinking, I didn't give her the protection. Because it says it's the duty of a husband to give full protection to his wife in all capacity. Emotional, spiritual, everything. That's Shastra, and that is also the principles of morality.
Thank you, Maharaj.
Is that okay?
Yes.
Any other questions from anyone in the audience? Yes,
we have a question there. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna, Maharaj. But I have a question about Dashrath Maharaj. When Kekaiya, Dashrath Maharaj.
Dashrath, okay.
When Kekaiya asked for the fulfillment of those two boons, Kekaiya, that you should send Ram away and Bharat should be the king. So that's the two boons I want. So instead of straight away acting on those two boons, why Dashrath Maharaj didn't consult his ministers like Vasishtha Muni before straight away sending Ram away? He could have consulted.
Why did she ask for those kinds of boons?
No, Maharaj. I'm asking that instead of acting on.
Speak a little slower, and then I can catch it, because these microphones, they throw the sound upward, sometimes. Yeah.
Yes, sir. I'm asking Maharaj, like Dashrath Maharaj, instead of straight away acting on the request of his wife, he could have consulted his ministers like Vasishtha Muni before sending Ram away, that Kekaiya, my wife has asked for those two boons, so what should I do?
You mean he failed to get consultation, he just accepted the fact that she asked for the boons? Well, he promised her. And, as a Kshatriya, he wasn't going to go back on his promise. And she used that. You give your promise, now you're going back on your word. When you say that to a person who is actually a Kshatriya, it's an insult. It's a great insult. And they will keep their word no matter what. That's one of the qualities of a real Kshatriya. Whatever they say, even at the expense of their own inconvenience, they will keep their word, Yeah. So Dasarath, there wasn't any question of taking advice. He gave his word, and now he had to follow it. What do you think the ministers would have said? I mean, we can speculate. They would have said, well, do what you think is right. I guess that would have probably be some of the possible responses they would have said. But you might also say that he was so overwhelmed with the fact of what she had, he failed to even think about asking advice. And when he told everyone, they didn't agree, but they understood that this was his promise. It's just like when when Vishwamitra Muni came to see Dasarath, and those two demons, Maricha and Subahu, were desecrating the sacrifice of the Brahmanas, Vishwamitra Muni came to Dasarath to get Ram, so Ram could finish these demons. And when Vishwamitra Muni, he was a Brahmana, and Dasarath welcomed him, and he said, you're my guest, what can we do for you? In other words, whatever you ask, it's there. And so when he asked, give me your son, he didn't want to do it. He said, he's just a young boy, I'll go in his place. No, I want Ram. Vishwamitra Muni was not going to change. And Dasarath had given his word that just request and I will fulfill your request. So what could he do? He agreed, reluctantly. Here was a Brahmin, And, he actually asked Vashishta, and Vashishta says, you don't want to get him angry, Because if he curses you, then that's the worst thing. Brahman's curse can be quite devastating. That's another example, yeah. So their word is like their life,
Thank you, Maharaj.
Thank you. Hare Krishna. I think we ran out of time. Yes.
I think.
Should we stop? Let's see if there's any more questions or comments. If not, then we can conclude. Anyone else? Oh, we got Raj here. Okay.
Hare Krishna. Please accept my humble obeisances, Maharaj. All glories to Srila Prabhupada, all glories to all the Vaishnavas. Maharaj, when Ram and Lakshman were out defeating the demons were easily recognizable. In the current age, how can we recognize
You can't.
the demons?
You can't. Prabhupada said they have just suit and tie and you can't tell the difference. But when they speak and when they act, then something recognizable is there. Prabhupada said in 1972, and you can hear it on the tape, he said, the demons are only increasing. He said, as time goes on, they will become more and more and more. And so we have to put our trust where trust can be, not destroyed. We put our trust in the devotees. We put our trust in the saintly persons. When you're dealing with the outside people, you have to deal according to the rules and regulations of society. But then you have to see how much trust you can give. And you should know, before you put trust in anyone or in any situation, you should know clearly what the situation is, or a little bit, enough about that person to give your trust. Yeah. And a trustworthy person has to be somewhat shown that they're trustworthy before you can actually trust them. So that requires a little bit of time to understand him. You go to a shop and you buy some merchandise, and you see the merchandise and you consider, the merchandise must be good, must be operable, because it's being put on display and it's there to be sold, and has to go through certain requirements in order to get to the point. But you find sometimes that's not the case. It's just the way it is sometimes. So a little time for investigation, inquiry, understanding. But still, we trust. Sometimes without understanding fully. This is the way life is. Just like you get on an airplane, how much do you know about the pilot? But he's the one that's got your life in your hands, right? You trust that he's qualified, he's authorized. life means to take a chance sometimes, just the way it is. But the problem is when people, their trust is breached or they have a bad experience, they have a tendency to start to distrust them. And that's bad, because if you have that experience in the secular world, and then you take that distrust mood into Vaishnava circles or spiritual circles, it impairs your progress in spiritual life. Because a whole mood of devotional life, devotional culture is based on love and trust. So, yeah. Once trust is breached, it's hard to rebuild it. But what can you do? We have to sometimes take a chance. It's just the way it is. Okay? All right, thank you very much.
Thank you so much,
Hare
Maharaj.
Krishna.
I think we will adjourn for today for this discussion. Just so you know, Maharaj, he gives, as mentioned at the beginning, he's done a lot of work in trying to give Krishna consciousness in different spheres of life. One of Maharaj's areas of focus has been actually helping prisoners, in countries in their situation, and how to actually access and actually develop a spiritual foundation in the circumstances that they live in. So in that note, Maharaj actually has released a book called Holy Jail. So after this session, these books are available for you to look at, to purchase. There's 3 books actually that Maharaj has got. One is Holy Jail, and what are the other 2? Forbidden Voices, and that's it. Forbidden Voices and Daily Nectar. So Holy Jail, Forbidden Voices, and Daily Nectar. These are books by Maharaj on Krishna consciousness, but in a very kind of like modern, practically applicable
Two of them
setting.
are about jails, and the other one is just general principles of morality and spirituality.
Okay. So 2 books are about the whole experience of Krishna consciousness in a jail setting, and the others on overall ethics, morality. So please do check them out. And so outside in the courtyard, we've got a School of Bhakti table where you can actually have a look at the books and purchase them. And of course, as mentioned at the beginning, we have our School of Bhakti courses, events, retreats going on throughout the year. So please have a look. In fact, our next retreat is next week to France with Chandamali Maharaj and some other keynote speakers. We've got another retreat coming up in August in our center in Lincoln. And then Kartik time, we've got a retreat to India, to Mayapur, Jagannath Puri. And every month we've got lots of courses, different leveled courses, so that for everyone to kind of like delve deeper into their spiritual life and understand what this Krishna consciousness is about. So in true Manor tradition, in honor of Maharaj, who has given his valuable time to talk about Lord Ram, can we please give 3 loud Hari Bols? Hari Bol! Hari Bol! Hari Bol! His Holiness Chandamali Swami Maharaj ki!
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. Please show your appreciation with a round of applause to the wonderful Nishkinchana Chaitanya Prabhu and of course His Holiness Chandramali Maharaj. Thank you very much for your time today, and thank you for staying a little bit extended from beyond the time. That was very much appreciated. I think the audience definitely appreciated it. You were all very captive, a captive audience. There's also the School of Bhakti website, which is
www.schoolofbhakti.com.
Very easy, schoolofbhakti.com. And Maharaj, do you have your website? Is there a website that we can reach you via?
cmswami.com.
cmswami.com, and I believe you have a contact form on that website if people want to write messages or contact you via that way. So thank you very much. I know you've got more on your schedule now, a busy schedule, so I'll leave you to it. Thank you. Once again, a big round of applause to our honoured guests. And thank you. I've got to say, there's not a lot of you in here, but the respect you were showing to the speaker. Normally people sit in these things and they chat. But I could see all of you were very attentive in hearing, because it's a rare opportunity to have such knowledge. So thank you very much for your patience and professionalism in hearing. So now I want to invite you to make some noise, and you can make some noise through kirtan. And the kirtan is happening outside right now. Shri Shri Radha Gokulananda are out in the central area. It's called the circle area. And they're circumambulating the Bhaktivedanta Manor building on a boat festival. And I highly recommend you all make your way over there. You're welcome to stay here and sit if you want. We're going to just have a little bit of a clear up. And then the program will resume in here at 2:45. So I would take advantage of going for darshan right now as their lordships are coming out of the building. So until 2:45, Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama. Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Krishna, Hare Krishna.
strong character, and then we can inspire others. So I want to share some of those qualities, and if you know any particular pastime or any quality that inspires Lord Ram about you, then also feel free to share. So I was meditating, one of the quality that really comes to my mind is how Lord Ram saw everything with an equal vision. So as we know, the particular pastime of the squirrel that was helping Lord Ram, and you know, in building that bridge, and then the monkeys, they were getting a bit agitated, and because they were picking bigger, they were lifting bigger boulders. And Lord Ram, what he tried to explain there and then is that every single person, or the squirrel just like the monkeys, everyone was performing devotional service to the best of their capability. Sometimes when we're in our workplace, when we're in a particular environment and situation, it's very easy to feel that bit of pride or whatever it is, like I'm doing better, I'm doing this, I'm doing that. But the most important thing is that spiritual vision, to recognize and to realize that everyone is performing responsibilities and duties based on their capability. Krishna has given us all a particular nature. Krishna has given us all a particular psychophysical nature too. And so the most important thing is to encourage rather than to discourage. That when we see others doing what they're doing, that we try and see the good in them. We try and see the effort. The effort and the devotion is ultimately more important than the external strength. Are you all with me so far? So that's a good meditation when you're in your workplace or when you're at home. You know, just like a child may draw a paint or something for his or her mother, but the mother appreciates it, not because the art may be great, but because of the devotion and the love that's been done with it. So that's the first one. The second one is that even with all of the calamity, all the headache, you can say, all the distress, everything that Ravan was causing, kidnapping Sita Devi, Lord Ram was still able to, willing to forgive and overlook everything if Ravan gave back Sita. So the most important thing is that we may sometimes come across people in our life, we may come across situations in our life where things may hurt us. Things may inflict a sense of pain, loss, or something within us. And holding on to pain and suffering is like holding on to a thorn and you want to let go, but you're still not willing to let go of it. You want to progress in your Krishna consciousness, you want to progress in your spiritual life, you want to do better, but you're holding on to the very thing that is hurting you and harming you. The very thing that is contaminating and polluting your consciousness, that is contaminating and polluting your heart. So forgiveness works in two ways. When you forgive, actually you're doing yourself a favor also, because you are able to wipe the dust of your vision and you're able to see that in every situation and circumstances there is a grand plan, there's a grand something that is being orchestrated. And the question isn't, why is this hurting me? But rather, how can I develop humility, compassion, love? How can I learn from this to be a better person, a better devotee, a better example? Every situation and circumstance carries a jewel. But sometimes that jewel can feel like a stone if we're just seeing things from a very emotional perspective. Am I clear so far? Are you all with me? Raise your hand, because I feel like maybe I'm just talking to the people outside right now. Okay, fantastic. So, okay, let's give it to you. What is a particular quality from Lord Ram that inspires you? You can raise your hand and share it. Yes? Devotion. And why do you say devotion? Just give it a little bit of elaboration.
Devoted his life to his love and his partner and to his faith and his family.
Fantastic. So devotion, because he has given his life. You want to say something?
Bhajans and satsangs.
Okay, bhajans. Anyone else? Fantastic. Now, this is good.
Undivided respect for the father, the parents really, I think that's really well depicted in Ramayana, where he's sad and he didn't giving up his throne and go 12 years in the forest.
And I was actually also thinking somewhere along the same line that when he was banished from the kingdom, he willingly accepted. He accepted without any attachment. How many of us sometimes feel like we're carrying an important position or an important status in our life and we're clinging onto it and we're holding onto it? And then when situations and circumstances falls, and let's say we may particularly lose a particular position or whatever. So that's the other thing this is a very important thing that I want to share with you, is that it's not about the position or a status, but it's about the qualities you can develop. Someone once told me that if you see someone that inspires you, don't try and achieve for the position that they're in. Rather, try and aspire for the qualities that they have that has gotten them to that position. Because positions change, situations change, jobs change. But if we can learn to imbibe those qualities, those will remain with us eternally, forever, within us. And then no matter what situations and circumstances falls, we're always able to maneuver. We're always able to get the nectar. So that's really important. Work on the areas in your life that others can't see. And Krishna will reward you. Lord Ram will reward you. Anyone else want to share any quality? I think you wanted to share quality, right?
Love for his devotee Hanuman. Love for his devotee Hanuman.
So much. Fantastic. Anyone else?
I think he's humble, which makes him the best.
Humility. Humility. Anyone else? I'm sure every single one of us in this room has something. Or actually, even other than what inspires you about Lord Ram, today you're here with us. Today is an opportunity. You're in the Dham. You're in Lord Ram's, you can say, palace. What is it that you want to take with you from here and take it with you at home and share it with your family and your friends? And try and collectively, together, work on that particular quality. Anyone? Don't be shy.
Krishna finds us gurus and sons, gives us gurus and Prasadi, of course. Very nice quote.
Thank you.
Yeah, what I wanted to say that when I think of Lord Ram, what it makes me feel is he showed us how to be the best in any role in life you're playing. Whether he was a son, a brother, a husband, or a king, he gave his heart to that role, and so it makes you feel that in life, whatever role we have to play, try and do to the best of our ability.
And that's so important. How you do anything is how you do everything. One of the most important things I learned during my time in the ashram is that whether you're cleaning the toilet or you're in the deity, in the pujari room, or whatever service you're doing, do it with your full heart. And when you do it with your full heart, then you develop beautiful qualities and Krishna reciprocates. So with that being said, I want to say thank you so much for your participation. That was really fantastic, and I hope you got something from that. Now we will kindly introduce our wonderful next devotees. So they'll be presenting a dance. They're called Sergeant Nartan Academy. So they'll be performing a wonderful, beautiful dance for all of you to enjoy. So give them a round of applause. They put a lot of effort, time, and energy. Thank you so much. Hare Krishna.
Namaste everyone, Hare Krishna, Jai Shri Ram. My name is Meshra Patel, and us from Surgeon Nathan Academy are going to perform a classical Bharatanatyam dance recital for you all today. So I'm going to tell you a bit about the dance we're performing. So we're performing Alaripu. Alaripu means the flowering of a bud, and it's traditionally the first dance piece that us Bharatanatyam dancers learn and perform. It suggests blossoming of both dance and the dancer in the presence of the audience. Dancing Alaripu is carried with no abhinaya, which means no facial expressions, and the act is entirely based on rhythm, so just tal, and that focuses on relaxing the body of the dancer and symbolizing awakening. Through a series of pure nritta movements, the dance is dedicated to God. And finally, I'd like to thank my guru Neha Didi for supporting us through everything. So let's call upon our grade 7 and 8 students, and we hope you enjoy.
Tatti ya teyum tat tattam kitataka ditti ya teyum hit tattam kitataka dam hittam itta takkadai nadararuliya itta takkadam hittam itta takkadai nadararuliya itta takkadam hittam kitataka tatti kitataka dam 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 hittam tatti kitataka tatti tatti kitataka dam hittam tatti kitataka tatti tatti kitataka dam hittam tatti kitataka tatti tadi kita tagadam hitam tadi kita tagadai tadi kita tagadam hitam tata kita tagadam tadi kita tagadam hitam kita tagadai tadi kita tagadam hitam kita tagadai tadi kita tagadam hitam kita tagadai tadi kita tagadam hittam kita tagadai tatti kita tagadam hittam kita tagadai tatti kita tagadam hittam tadi kita tagadai tadi tadi 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 kita tagadam hitam tadi kita tagadai tadi tadi kita tagadam hitam tadi kita tagadai tadi tadi kita tagadam hitam kita tagadai tadi kita tagadam hitam kita tagadai suravar tadi kita tagadam hitam kita tagadai tadi kita tagadam hittam kita tagadai tatti kita tagadam hittam kita tagadai tatti kita tagadam hittam kita tagadai tatti kita tagadam hittam tadi kita tagadai tadi tadi 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 kita tagadam hitam 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 tadi kita tagadai tadi tadi kita tagadai cinta kita jam tadi kita jam takkan takkan jam tadi tadi kita jam takkan tinggi natum takkan tikul tak tinggi natum dah drukut takkan takkan drukut takkan drukut takkan drukut takkan takkan drukut takkan drukut takkan drukut takkan takkan drukut takkan drukut takkan dalam kutum kutum tatti ya tiyum tattam kita takadam
perumale
Hare Krishna. So, thank you so much to Sergeant Narton Academy for that wonderful dance. That was really beautiful. Did you all enjoy it? Yes, see? Yes. A round of applause. Fantastic. Thank you so much. Yes. So they've put a lot of effort, time, and it's really nice. So thank you so much for that. And next, we have, just bear with me. We have another talk. So is it Kirtan. Okay, so next we have a Kirtan. I'm sure every single one of us, we can all agree the feeling is mutual that we all love Kirtan, right? No, I am so not convinced by any of you right now. I'm not convinced. Is the feeling mutual? Haribo! Fantastic. Okay, so we're going to have a Kirtan now. So thank you so much.
So actually, it's not just the Kirtan. This is the next part of the program. By the way, thank you very much to Mohan. Always at the right moments. Really appreciate it. You going to come back? Thank you. So this is part of the next part of our schedule, and it's a 2-hour program. And you'll see on stage, it's set up beautifully. Can you all see the Havan Kundli? You're in the right place. I suggest you don't go anywhere. We have a wonderful. One moment. We have a wonderful Havan, Pravachan, and Kirtan. It's all part of the same program. A very honored guest has been visiting us from abroad. His name is His Grace Vaisheshika Prabhu. So please do not go anywhere. Enjoy the next 2 hours. Big round of applause for the next part of the program. Thank you.
Jai Ram, Shri Ram, Jai Ram, Jai Jai Ram. Jai Jai Ram. Shri Rama Jai Rama Jai Jai Ram. Oh Shri Rama Jai Ram Jai Jai Ram. Sita Rama 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 Jai Jai Ram. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna. So we want to thank the Kirtan team that are part of the Havan, part of this program. So before we begin the next talk by His Grace Vaisheshika Prabhu, what we want to do is we want to just introduce the dance group again. But before we do that, would it be possible, because the dance is going to be happening just right here, if all the children and the kids can just go a little bit further back and stand up? Yeah. And then later on you can come back. All right, perfect. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. So can we give a round of applause? Thank you so much. Okay.
Hello everyone. My name is Jaina Patel, and I'd like to introduce the next performance. Ram Navami is a Hindu spring festival that celebrates the birthday of Sri Rama, who is the seventh avatar of the god Vishnu. Rama is particularly important in the Vaishnava tradition of Hinduism. The festival celebrates the descent of Vishnu as the Rama avatar through his birth to King Dashra and Queen Kaushalya in Ayodhya. The festival is a part of the spring Navratri and falls on the 9th day of the bright half Shukla Paksha of Chaitra, which is the first month in the Hindu calendar. This typically occurs in the Gregorian months or March or April every year. The day is marked by Rama Gatha recitals, or readings of Rama's stories, including the Hindu sacred epic Ramayana. Some Vaishnava Hindus visit a temple, while others pray within their homes, and some participate in bhajan or kirtan, with music as a part of puja and arti. Some devotees mark the event by taking miniature statues of the infant Ram, washing and clothing them, and then placing them. Thank you.
Well done. Sorry, I had to cut. Sorry, hold on.
शुचिनौमि जनकसुतावरं श्रीरामचन्द्र कृपालु भजुमना भजु दीनबन्धु दिनेश दानव दैत्यवंश निकन्दनं रघुनन्द आनन्द कन्द कौशल चन्द दशरथ नन्दनं भजु दीनबन्धु दिनेश दानव दैत्यवंश निकन्दनं रघुनन्द आनन्द कन्द कौशल चन्द दशरथ नन्दनं श्रीरामचन्द्र कृपालु भजुमना सिर मुकुट कुण्डल तिलक चारु उदार अङ्ग विभूषणम् आजानुभुज शर चाप धर सङ्ग्राम जित कर दूषणम् सिर मुकुट कुण्डल तिलक चारु उदार अङ्ग विभूषणम् आजानुभुज शर चाप धर सङ्ग्राम जित खर दूषणं श्रीरामचन्द्र कृपालु भजुमना इति वदति तुलसीदास शङ्कर शेष मुनि मनरञ्जनं मम हृदय कञ्ज निवास कुरु कामादि खलदल गञ्जनम् इति वदति तुलसीदास शङ्कर शेष मुनि मनरञ्जनं मम हृदय कञ्ज निवास कुरु कामादि खलदल गञ्जनं श्रीरामचन्द्र कृपालु भजुमना श्रीरामचन्द्र कृपालु भजुमना
Hare Krishna. Once again, big round of applause for these wonderful ladies. Thank you. Delayed, a little bit of a delay with the bus timetable, I believe. So thank you. Now listen, we have a wonderful, I'm going to get Divyanand Prabhu to come up here, but you also have the honor right now to have their lordships visit us. Would you like to see their lordships? Shri Shri Radha Gokulananda? All right, let's forget it. They don't want to see him. They don't want to see. Would you like to have darshan of their lordship, Shri Shri Radha Gokulananda? So everybody, please raise your hands in the air and let's welcome the lordships. Hare Krishna! Hare Krishna! Everyone be standing, please. Be standing. Be standing. Krishna Krishna! Hare Hare! Hare Rama! Hare Rama! Rama Rama! Hare Hare! Shri Shri Radha Gokulananda Ki! Shri Shri Radha Gokulananda Ki! One more time as loud as you can. Shri Shri Radha Gokulananda Ki!
Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Bolo bolo. Pump it up. Go man. Go man. Okay. Rip it. Whip it.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Shri Shri Radha Gokulananda Ke. So you have all been blessed. Wasn't that a wonderful blessing? An unexpected blessing. Thank you very much. You can all be seated now. And because we are tight on time, please pay attention. Settle down. That was a lovely, lovely surprise, wasn't it? A lovely blessing for everyone. Who feels blessed? Yes. Okay, I'm going to hand you over to the wonderful Vrindavan Chandra Prabhu, and he's going to explain what we're going to do for the next 95 minutes or so. Over to Vrindavan Chandra.
Hare Krishna, everyone. Okay. So we've got a very exciting program for the next 90 minutes, and we would like to request all of you not to leave. The most exciting part of the next 90 minutes is that we have a very, very distinguished speaker with us, His Grace Vaisheshika Prabhu. And Vaisheshika Prabhu is going to speak to us first about Ram Navami, and then Vaisheshika Prabhu is going to inaugurate the Adivas ceremony for the Bhadra 2022 campaign. Now I want to keep you all in anxiety. I'm not going to tell you all about the Bhadra campaign for now, but I'll just spend a few minutes introducing Vaisheshika Prabhu so we can get some idea of how fortunate we are today to have Prabhuji's association. Vaisheshika Prabhu is a disciple of His Divine Grace, A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada. Vaisheshika Prabhu met Srila Prabhupada's disciples in San Francisco in 1973. And at the young age of only 16, he decided to dedicate his life to the mission of Srila Prabhupada. And since 1973 to now, Prabhu has been tirelessly traveling the world, spreading the message of Krishna consciousness. Currently, Prabhu has a center in San Francisco Bay Area with over 300 families and they have the most potent book distribution team in the world. Prabhu is also an initiating spiritual master, and he has many disciples throughout the world, including the United Kingdom. He's a very well-known speaker. He delivers seminars throughout the world, and he's constantly traveling. So it is indeed a very great good fortune we have, and we would like to request all of y'all to receive and welcome His Grace Vaisheshika Prabhu, and also with accompanying Vaisheshika Prabhu, also a disciple of Srila Prabhupada, who also joined ISKCON in the early 70s, is Her Grace Nirakula Mataji. And she's also a very dedicated disciple of Srila Prabhupada. She's compiled many books, and she travels together with Prabhu in assisting him in the preaching mission. So we'd like all of you all to raise your hands in the air and loudly chant Haribol 3 times. Haribol! 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 So while we wait for Prabhu to come, so we'll going to have Prabhu speak on Ram Navami, then on the Bhadra campaign, and then we are going to have a fire yagya with the chanting of the verses from the Srimad Bhagavatam, which is extremely auspicious. So please do not leave us. And then around 5:05, all of us will gather together, and we'll go with the boat festival down to the lake. So please stay with us. Thank you very much. Hare Krishna.
Prabhu, does this get mic'd up? Hare Krishna. Hare. I offer my respectful obeisances to my spiritual master, His Divine Grace A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada, and to all of you, because you are Vaishnavas. Hare Krishna. What a great joy it is to be here together. At least it's a joy for me to be with you today on this day of the appearance of Sri Ramachandra. And as Krishna mentions in the Bhagavad Gita, Machita Magata Prana Bodhayanta Parasparam Katayantashamam Nitya Tushanti Cha Ramanti Cha. Who knows that verse? It means, says Krishna, that the devotees get their pleasure in life, they get their satisfaction by coming together and discussing his pastimes and the philosophy of Krishna consciousness that he's given in the Bhagavad Gita. Has anybody here ever felt bored or in anxiety? Bored or in anxiety? Let's vote for bored first, if you've ever felt bored. Okay, just a couple of you. Everyone else is keeping busy. How about anxiety? Have you ever felt anxiety? A couple more, but there are many Paramahamsas in the group today. The antidote to boredom or anxiety is to hear about Krishna. In fact, all boredom and anxiety is a product of the mind that's out of harmony with Krishna's words, with his name, because there's a vibration that comes from the spiritual world. And as souls, how many here are a soul? Now, everyone better raise your hand, or I'm going to come out in the audience. Don't make me come in there now. We're not part of this world. We're actually members of the spiritual world. We're part of Sri Ramachandra. We're his parts and parcels. In the Bhagavad Gita, Krishna mentions this. Mamaivam shajiva loke jiva bhuta sanatana manakshashtan indriyani prakriti stani karshati. He says, all living beings are my parts. We're part of Krishna. We're part of Lord Ramachandra. Lord Krishna, Lord Ramachandra, same person. But as Brahmaji says in the Sri Brahma Samhita, Diparchari vahida shantanam abhyapeta dipayate vrivita hetu samana dharma. Yes tadrage vahicha vishnu chaya vibhati. What's the last line? You're going to have to work with me today. Okay, it goes like this. Govindam, everyone say. Adi Purusham Tamaham Bhajami. What does that mean? Yes, I offer my obeisances to Govinda, who is who? The Adi Purusha, the original person. The verse I quoted before that, or the first part of the verse, says that Govinda is the original person, but he expands himself into many identical or almost identical forms. One of those forms is Sri Ramachandra. And Brahma compares it to a candle. If you have one candle and you light many other candles, it's the same fire, but it's in different candles. So Krishna says in the Bhagavad Gita, Aham sarvasya pravavo matak sarvam pravartate iti matva bhajanti mam buddhabhava samanvita. Everything emanates from me. And the wise who know this devote themselves to me. Where else would you go if everything else comes from, everything we see, even in ourselves, comes from Krishna. He's the Adi Purusha, the source of all emanations. Janmad yasa yataha. The Vedanta Sutra says he's the source of everything. Is the gain a little wonky on this? Hari. It's okay? Okay. So in the pastimes of Sri Ramachandra, we know, everyone here knows the Ramayana. How many of you here have ever lived in India? I'm trying to get more hands up now. You're making me work for it. Okay, how many of you here are of Indian descent? How many of you here have ever heard the Ramayana? Watched it on television? How many of you have had grandparents or parents read you the Ramayana when you were a child? Thank you. So we all know that it's a very emotional story. It's a heart-wrenching story. There are tears when we hear the Ramayana. And one of the most heart-rending sections of the Ramayana, for me, is just as Sri Ram, Sita, and Lakshman are leaving Ayodhya. Because it's inconceivable that Ram would abdicate the throne before even being given the throne. It was only being offered to him, and the next day he would take it. But because of Kaikeyi, becoming influenced by mantra, Kaikeyi called in her boons owed to her by Dasharath and asked that her son Bharat be installed on the throne rather than Ram, and also that Ram be sent away to the forest to be in exile for 14 years. Sita not agreed, but she insisted that she go with Ram. The Srimad Bhagavatam mentions that the Supreme Personality Godhead, Sri Ramachandra's lotus feet are so soft that even the slightest indentation on the earth would pain his foot, apparently. At least this is what the devotees are feeling. What to speak of thinking of him going into the dense forest, into the wilderness, where there are no paved roads, no marble floors, no shelter whatsoever. And what to speak of Sita Devi going with him. Lakshman, of course, is inseparable from Ram, even early on in the childhood or youthhood of Ramchandra. just as Lakshman and Bharat, Shatrughna, and Ram were being trained in the military arts. Then we know that Vishwamrita came to the kingdom and he asked that Dasarath give him Ram to come and fight the demons who were disturbing the sacrifices in the forest. At that time, Dasarath had said, "You can take my armies. I'll go with you. Anything but Ram. He's just a young boy. How could he possibly fight against the Rakshasa armies?" And Vashishta, the priest of Dasarath, had told Dasarath in private, "Actually, you don't know this, nor can you even conceive of it because you have so much love for Ram. But he's actually the Supreme Personality of Godhead." Not only that, Vishwamrita could fight off the demons himself. He's so powerful. But because he's a Brahmana, he will not take up arms. He will not contaminate himself of fighting demons. And off Ram and Lakshman went to fight demons when they were in their tender youth, and they came back victoriously. This was before the hint of the inauguration of Ram as the regent king. So now we know that the sad story of Dasarath being mortified by getting the word from Kaikeyi that now I want the boon, the 2 boons you offered me. And she's asked that he banish his own son to the forest and put her son on the throne. You all know these pastimes very well, right? Say yes. So now we're to the part where Ram, Lakshman, Sita are leaving Ayodhya. They're on the chariot, and people don't want to let the chariot go. They're walking along slowly, and Ram's going slowly in his chariot, but then he asks the chariot driver, "Please speed up. It's too painful. We can't linger here. We must break the attachment and move on." But even as he does, the people follow him to the edge of the forest, where they even spend the night with him. Of course, that night, Ram has to sneak off to leave them behind. Otherwise, they'll never stop following him because they're so attached to Sri Ramachandra. So in this heart-rending scene, Ram, Lakshman, Sita wake up in the middle of the night to take a boat, cross the river, to go off by themselves into the wilderness. And so in the mood of that, we'll pick a solemn tune to sing together, and we'll think of this pastime of Ram going off from Ayodhya, just with Sita and Bharat, banished to the forest for 14 years. Shall we? Okay, everyone said yes over here. Over here? Okay, anyone who didn't say yes, please cover your ears, or you can go outside for a few minutes. Maom Vishnu Padaya Krishna Preshtaya Bhutale Srimate Bhaktivedanta Swamini Namine Namaste Saraswate Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Paschachideshatarine Sri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Sri Advaita Radha Shivasari Gaura Bhakta Vrinda. Everyone can try it. Sri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Sri Advaita Radhar Shivasari Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Everyone now.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama,
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Everyone, please.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare,
Hare Rama,
Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Got to sing deeply from your hearts, please. Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Jai Shri Ram.
Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama,
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Change up something. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Everyone say, Hare Hare. All together now. Hare Krishna. Come on, everyone, work with this. Lord Ramachandra leaving for the forest. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare So we know that Ramachandra goes into the forest, and actually, because it's his own creation, wherever he goes, he makes himself at home. Every living entity is related to Krishna. Sanitya nitya sambandha prakritischa parayavasa. Sri Brahma Samhita says, actually, every living being has a kinship with the Lord eternally. We all have an eternal relationship with the Lord. We only forget it temporarily when we come to this material world. What is the material world? In the Bhagavad Gita, Krishna says, there are two energies, the material and the spiritual. Does he tell us what the material energy is? Yes. He describes the elements, Bhumir, Apoan, Anlovayu, Kan, Mano, Bhurde, Evacha, Ahankara, Ityame, Binna, Prakriti, Ashtara. Earth, water, fire, air, ether, mind, intelligence, and ego. How many is that? Any engineers out there? You can. Okay. 8. And he calls them Binna Prakriti. It's separated energy. So what does that mean? In the Srimad Bhagavatam, Krishna tells Brahmaji, Ritertam yat pratyeta na pratyeta chatmani tadvidyadat manomayam yatapaso yatatamaha. Whatever you see anywhere that's separate in vision from me, know that to be my illusory energy. That reflection which appears in darkness. Actually, everything comes from Krishna. But those energies in which people lose their awareness of Krishna, this becomes a dark place. Even the material energy can become transformed into spiritual energy by the spiritual science called Krishna consciousness. In the Bhagavad Gita, all of you know this verse, so I want you to chant along with me. Brahmarpanam Brahmaha Vir Brahmagna Brahmano Hutam Brahmaiva Tinagantavyam. I want to hear an echo. Brahma Karma. Yes, we have Pandit in the second row with his daughter, who's also probably becoming a Pandit from listening to him chant Bhagavad Gita every day, right? She's teaching you. What's her name? Adya? Arya? Aliyah. Good job, Aliyah. When we read the Bhagavad Gita every day, we find out how to live in this world without being touched by it. Krishna says, although these are material elements, and although the material world's a little sticky, don't you think? Or do you like it here? It's a little tricky, the material world, but Krishna says that if you live in this world with a higher purpose, to offer everything to Him, Brahmanyadaya karmani sangam tyakva korotya lipyatena sapapena padma patrama bambasa. You can live like a lotus, lives in the water, but it never touches the water. Isn't it amazing how a lotus lives in the water? It's called Padmaja. Ja means to be born. And where is the Padma born from? Where is this lotus flower born from, everyone? Who knows about lotus flowers? It's born from the mud. It comes out of a very base source, mud. But it's the most beautiful of entities. And it emerges from the mud, it lives in the water and the mud, but it's never touched by the mud or the water. So Krishna says, Brahmanyadaya karmani sangam chakva korotya lipitena sapapena padma patrami bambasa. He tells Arjuna, you should live like the lotus flower. You're in these material elements which are like mud. You can feel your body. Feel your arm for a second. Come on, work with me, people. Feel your arm, squeeze it. Hand, arm. There's water, little earth. Body's made of mud. Material elements, right? Little air. Take a breath of nice fresh incense smoke. Air is there in the body, but we're not the body. And Krishna says, although we're in the body, we don't have to be connected with it by our consciousness. What is the consciousness that connects us to the body? This Krishna spoke to the greatest sages in the world at Kurukshetra, not during the battle, but during the eclipse, when all the greatest personalities in the world, headed, of course, by Krishna, came to observe a sacrifice. Even the residents of Vrindavan came to Kurukshetra. And when all the greatest sages were assembled, it was about like this. Just like, look around and see what it looks like. Just like all of you are sages and devotees of Lord Ram. They were sitting all together, and then Krishna spoke the words. He said that three things. One is, someone who thinks, I am my body, and considers the body, which is made of what? Mud. To be oneself. He said, this is foolish. He said, those who worship their homeland, for instance, let's say I'm from Watford. So I worship not just Watford, but I worship the football team from Watford, which may be even more intense. He said, this kind of worship is F-O-O-L-I-S-H. Everyone work with me. This kind of worship is? Foolish. Thank you very much. And he said, if you go to a holy place, let's name 5 holy places. Give me a few. Vrindavan, Hardwar, Mayapur, Ayodhya. No one's voting for Tirupati. Rameshwaram, Puri. What is he saying? Shruti. Don't know where that is. Oh, okay. If you go to any of these places, only just to take a little bath, but you don't stop in. Very good. He's very absorbed in the holy places. If you don't stop in to hear Srimad Bhagavatam amongst the devotees, he said, your worship is? Foolish. So he says, while you're in this world, you should live like a lotus flower. Tang sangam chakva karotiya. Use everything, whatever you see before you, in the service of the Lord. Otherwise, you'll be in the mud immediately. Besides the material world, Krishna says in the Bhagavad Gita, Parastasmat tu bhavano vyakto vyaktat sanatana yaksak sarveshu bhuteshu nashyatsu navinashati. There's another world which is supreme. And it's never manifested or unmanifested. This world's manifested, unmanifested, it's always changing. Political leaders are changing, the political boundaries are changing, the earth changing. At least in California, where I come from, it changes a lot. There are earthquakes there. Nothing's stable here in this material world. But in the spiritual world, everything's stable. That's the eternal abode of Krishna. That's where Sri Ramachandra comes from. And he comes to this world to invite us to go back to the spiritual realm. How do we know we're from that spiritual realm? Because Krishna says so. Right after he says, Bhumirapo analo vayu kammano bhurevacha, he says, Aparayami tostanyam prakritim vidime param jiva bhutam mahabaho. Finish the last line. A few people did it. Thank you. Everyone should be able to finish this last line. You should know the whole Bhagavad Gita. Right, Mataji? Your mother knew the whole Bhagavad Gita? Yes? We should all know it. There's only 700 verses, right? All of you know C++? Or what else? You know many things. Why not know the whole Bhagavad Gita? You can teach it to the world. So Krishna says, besides this material energy, there's a spiritual energy, which is you, beyond the body. So Lord Ramachandra comes to invite us back to that spiritual realm, where, as described in the Sri Ramayana, everyone feels part of the family of Lord Ram. Everyone is engaged in singing the glories of Lord Ram. There's no anxiety, there's no boredom, because everyone's always on the spiritual platform, and they dance in the spiritual world in happiness, which naturally springs from the soul, love for God. So now we're going to sing a happy tune because we have 5 minutes left. Are you ready? Okay, but I want you to try to stand up just for a minute because you've been sitting for a long time. And when you sing, when you listen, keep your hands down, and when you sing, put your hands high in the air. And you can rock back and forth. Then you're doing the Swami step. Are you all ready? No, you're not. You're not ready. You ready? You're semi-ready. Say, Haribo! Haribo! Krishna. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hands up now. Spiritual world. Ramachandra coming home. Really good, really good. A little louder. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Jai Shri Ram. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Everybody, come on.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare
sound great.
Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Shri Ramachandra ki jai, go Premanande, I go to Haribo, 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 I go to Haribo. Go Premanande, Hari Haribo, Shri Ramachandra ki jai.
Hare Krishna. Wasn't that beautiful? So dear devotees, please stay seated. We are now going to move on to the next part of our program. And this part of the program is we are going to be conducting a very, very special ceremony called the Adivas ceremony. Adivas means inauguration. So what are we going to be inaugurating now? And this is why you see the Yagya Kund here. This is going to be part of the inauguration ceremony. We are going to be inaugurating the 2022 Bhadra campaign. How many of you all have heard of what is the Bhadra campaign? So there's a few of you all, but Hare Krishna. But the most of you all haven't heard. So we all know that the world is currently in a very distressful situation. Climate change, financial crisis, inflation, war, and the predictions are it's not going to get any better over the next 10 years. It's going to be even worse. So 5,000 years ago, the night before Lord Krishna departed from this planet, he met his close friend Uddhava. And Uddhava was very concerned that when Lord Krishna departed from this planet, what would happen to Dharma? And Krishna said to Uddhava, don't worry, as I am rising to my abode, I will descend in another form. And that form is the Srimad Bhagavatam. Krishna Swadhama Bhagate Dharma Jnana Divisaha Kalonasta Drishamesha Puranarko Dinoditaha. This means that the Srimad Bhagavatam is as brilliant as the sun. And as Lord Krishna was ascending to his abode accompanied by religion, knowledge, etc., this Bhagavatam descended to our world. Those who have lost their way in the dense darkness of this age of Kali shall find light in the Srimad Bhagavatam. So all of the great acharyas, Srila Vyasadeva, the literary incarnation of the Lord, Lord Krishna himself, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, they predicted that the solution to this Kali Yuga is Srimad Bhagavatam. And Srila Prabhupada made this Bhagavatam accessible to the entire world. And he said, I want every respectable family to have a set of Bhagavatam, Srimad Bhagavatam in their homes. So we need to popularize the Bhagavatam because this is the solution. And who else can do it but the devotees of Lord Krishna? So we're going to be making an appeal to all of you. We are going to be passing out some cards while His Grace Vaisheshika Prabhu tells us a bit more about the Bhadra campaign. And in this cards you will find different sankalpas. Sankalpa means a commitment or a vow. So this sankalpa is we're going to be requesting you while the yagya is going on for you to see what you can do from your bit to popularize the Srimad Bhagavatam, either by distributing, sponsoring or taking. So please meditate deeply on it while the words of Vaisheshika Prabhu purify our minds and hearts. And while the yagya is going on, there's a box in front of here, there's a pen. You can write what your sankalpa is. If you can strike out, if you think it's too challenging for you, you can make a lower sankalpa. But become part of this great mission to spread Srimad Bhagavatam. And we are so fortunate today. For many years, Srimad Bhagavatam was not on the best-selling list. It was incidental. But by the efforts of His Grace Vaisheshika Prabhu, the distribution of Srimad Bhagavatam has taken off like never before. We could have never dreamt that 36,000 sets of Srimad Bhagavatam could be distributed in any period. But by the guidance, the enthusiasm, the instructions of His Grace Vaisheshika Prabhu, the sponsorship of His Grace Vaisheshika Prabhu, Bhagavatam is now taking off, the distribution of Bhagavatam. And I just feel so incredibly blessed and fortunate that our sponsor, our inspiration, our Guru, our Sankirtan General, His Grace Vaisheshika Prabhu is here today to inaugurate the Bhadra campaign, which will run from the auspicious day of Ram Navami, the 10th of April, till the 10th of December. We have 6 months to come together to popularize Srimad Bhagavatam this year. So I will now hand over to Vaisheshika Prabhu to tell us a bit more about the Bhadra campaign and inspire our hearts to want to take up this mission of distributing Srimad Bhagavatam. Hare Krishna.
Om Jnanatimirandasya Jnananjana Shalakaya Chakshurun Militam Dina Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha. Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya, please join me. Prabhu Nityananda Sri Advaita Gadadhara Shivasari Gaura Bhaktivedanta. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Did you get a card? What's on it? A few little blanks there to fill in. Actually, when we have ideas in our mind, in our heart, they can exist for a long time in the form of subtle thought, desire. But when we write them down, they begin to solidify in our lives. Everything in the world manifests from the subtle level, and it comes to be on the gross level. So when you have a desire to serve Krishna, and then you write down your intention and declare it to the world, where in the Bhagavad Gita did Krishna tell Arjuna to declare boldly to the whole world that anyone who takes to devotional service will be successful? For 20 points. Huh? Yeah, that's good. I give him 20 points. Hare Krishna. He said at Kurukshetra. Hare Krishna. Thank you, Prabhu. Yes, at Kurukshetra he told Arjuna, Shri Prambhavati Dharmatma Shashvash Chantim Negashati Kontiya Pratijanihi Nami Bhaktya Pranashiti. He told Arjuna, declare boldly to the world that you will be successful, and everybody else will be successful who takes to devotional service, because Krishna is behind it. Many years ago, the founder Acharya of ISKCON was sitting in Vrindavan Dham in a small room. Many great things happen from small rooms, don't they? How about Hewlett-Packard? Do you know it started in a garage with Hewlett and Packard tinkering around? How about Apple? Steve Wozniak and Steve Jobs were in Steve Jobs' father's garage in Silicon Valley, and they had an idea, personal computer. Anybody have a personal computer? Nobody? You didn't get one yet? See me afterwards, I'll take care of you. What to speak of the iPhone or the smartphone in general. There were ideas in that little room, and they started to actualize those ideas fearlessly. They thought, let us try. Let us see what we can do. So in the same way, Srila Prabhupada, sitting in his tiny little room in Vrindavan Dham, was thinking, let me see how I can actualize the desires of my spiritual master and of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Of who? Thank you, Nirkula Devi Dasi from Silicon Valley, California. 20 points for you. And in that place, he began to type out the first canto of the Srimad Bhagavatam. It was available only in Sanskrit and Hindi, not in the world in English ever before. Did you know that Prabhupada typed with his 2 index fingers? Tap, tap, tap. He sat there through the hot summers, freezing cold winters in Vrindavan, and he typed out the first 3 volumes of the first canto of the Srimad Bhagavatam. Painstakingly, he got it printed, and then he put the books in trunks. He got on a boat in Calcutta. The boat was called the... What is it called? You know what that means? The water messenger. And then the boat took off from Calcutta. It went down to Colombo, and there the trunks were loaded on the boat. He came to New York City, went through customs. They said, are you selling these? He said, no, these are to give out. And then for the next year, with no money, he supported himself by distributing Srimad Bhagavatam. Then he translated up to the 4th canto. Then he wrote the summary study of the 10th canto in the book called Krishna, the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Then he finished all the way up to the 10th canto, 13th chapter of the Bhagavatam, and he empowered his students after his departure from this world to finish the Srimad Bhagavatam in all its glory, in all its 12 cantos. The Srimad Bhagavatam, as Sri Narada Muni says to his disciple, Srila Vyasadeva, Tadvag Visargo Janataga Viplo Yasmin Prati Shlokam Abhadyavatyapi Namanyanantasya Yashon Kitaniyat Shinvanti Gayanti Grinanti Sadhava. That this Bhagavatam is not from this material world, it is from the spiritual world. And anyone who listens to it will be transformed into a spiritual being who can go back home, back to Godhead. Since then, Srila Prabhupada printed millions of books, and they've been distributed all over the world. The magnus opus of his work is called the Srimad Bhagavatam. It's available in one set. And now, wherever we go and wherever we put a set of Srimad Bhagavatams in people's homes, their homes are transformed, and the people in the homes are transformed, especially the children. Children who grow up in a household with Srimad Bhagavatam hear the stories of Krishna. They see the pictures. Right, Sachi? Okay, we have confirmation from Sachi in the front row. And when kids hear the Bhagavatam, when they see the pictures, when they grow up in the atmosphere of the worship of the Srimad Bhagavatam, they become devotees of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. So now we have the opportunity, all of us here in this room, to help expand the distribution of Srimad Bhagavatam all over the world, because it is the panacea. Panacea means it's the cure for all ills, the universal cure. In the Srimad Bhagavatam, there's a profound statement. I'm going to tell you something that's so profound. It's shocking. And you may never be the same when you hear this next statement. So all of you, those of you here in the room today who would like to maintain the status quo, who would like not to be shocked by a statement, and who don't want to experience a sudden upsurge in devotion and an impetus to spread Krishna consciousness all over the world, please cover your ears now. You can cover your ears if you don't want to hear something astounding. No one? In the Srimad Bhagavatam itself, Shukadeva Goswami says, when you give this book, Srimad Bhagavatam, as a gift to another person on the full moon day in the month of Bhadra, you get the gift of going back home, back to Godhead, by giving the gift of Srimad Bhagavatam. That's in the Srimad Bhagavatam itself by Shukadeva Goswami. About 5 years ago, we noticed that verse, and we thought, let's take advantage and offer everyone an opportunity to not only receive the Bhagavatam, but those who give it to go back home, back to Godhead. So this yajna is especially to expand and popularize the distribution and the fame of the Srimad Bhagavatam all over the world. And when you give the gift of Srimad Bhagavatam, you yourself become greatly benefited by going back home, back to Godhead. Who would like to stay here in the material world, life after life, for eternity? Raise your hands. Okay, one. Who would like to? Who would like to go back home, back to Godhead as soon as possible? I'll give you a third choice. Who would like to stay in the material world and become a spiritual hero by distributing Srimad Bhagavatam to everybody? Very good. Haribol. So you have an opportunity for all three of these things. Number one, you can accomplish by walking away from this event now. And throw away your card. You can rip it into little pieces and throw it in the garbage. Or better yet, for drama, throw it into the wind so all the pieces go all over the place. Second, you can get out a pen and you can write in the boxes at least something more than 0 and not less than 1. Put a number, okay? Say yes. Say yes more enthusiastically. Say it twice as enthusiastically. Thank you. Or if you like, you can join our team if you're good at marketing, if you're good at designing, organizing, encouraging. Then you can stand up, Prabhu. You can see this devotee, and he'll sign you up on our team. It's a worldwide team. We connect to every continent of the world except Antarctica, because all we could find up there right now is penguins. And we're trying to train them to distribute Srimad Bhagavatams, but we haven't been successful. If there are any penguin trainers, you guys want to train penguins? Say yes. Okay, get them a ticket to Antarctica, because they can volunteer too. Volunteer to help this campaign all over the world. write down a number that's not less than 1 and something more than 0, and you get to go back home, back to Godhead by participating in the Bhadra campaign. Now what we see here is a fire yajna, and during this fire yajna we're going to be reciting verses together that see on the board. Shall we commence the shlokas? Is now? Yes, please. Here's an announcement from our leader of the Bhagavatam campaign.
Hare Krishna. So we are now going to commence the yajna, and as part of the yajna, we have the good fortune of Vaisheshika Prabhu. He's going to be reciting some very important verses from the Srimad Bhagavatam. Those verses are on the screens. There's 2 television screens on either side. It's also going to be up on the screen. Please try to follow. They are extremely purifying. And we have our 3 pujaris here, Antaranga Prabhu, Krishna Govinda Prabhu, and Narayan Prabhu. They are going to be conducting the yajna on our behalf. So please stay focused, listen to the verses, and don't forget, please fill in the cards. Distributor, distribute sets. Sponsor, sponsor sets. And a purchaser takes a set for themselves or gifts it to somebody else. Please try to make a commitment. Put it in here while the yajna is going on. Thank you so much. We will now commence. Hare Krishna.
Dear devotees, pundits, greatly learned sages in the audience, shall we chant these verses together? Say yes. Thank you. Pundits in the front row, you got to help me out here. We're depending on you. So we're going to chant these verses together, and I think it will help also to hear some of the translations because they're so beautiful, okay? So when I said together, that means we'll chant as much in unison as possible. Ready? Janmadyasya yatonvayaditarash chartesh svabhigna swarat Tene brahma hridaya adikavaye huhyanti yatsuraya Tejovari mradam yata vinimayo yatra trisargomarsha Dhamna swena sada nirasta kuham satyam param dhimahi. O my Lord, Sri Krishna, son of Vasudeva, O all-pervading personality of Godhead, I offer my respectful obeisances unto you. I meditate upon Lord Sri Krishna, everyone could read together, because he is the absolute truth and the primeval cause of all causes of the creation, sustenance and destruction of the manifested universes. He is directly and indirectly conscious of all manifestations, and he is independent because there is no other cause beyond him. It is he only who first imparted the Vedic knowledge unto the heart of Brahmaji, the original living being. By him even the great sages and demigods are placed into illusion, as one is bewildered by the illusory representations of water seen in fire or land seen on water. Only because of him do the material universes temporarily manifested by the reactions of the 3 modes of nature appear factual, although they are unreal. I therefore meditate upon him, Lord Sri Krishna, upon whom? Who is eternally existent in the transcendental abode, which is ever free, forever free from the illusory representations in the material world. I meditate upon him, for he is the absolute truth. Dharma prochitakaitavotra paramo nirmatsaranam satam vejam vastamamatra vastu shivadam tapatrayun mulanam Srimad Bhagavate Mahamuni Krite Kimba Prayerishvara Sadhya Hridya Varujyate Trakritipi Shushushabhishtakshanat Nagamap Kalpataror Galitam Palam Shukamukharamrita Drava Samyutam Pibapta Bhagavatam Rasamalayam Muhuraho Rasika Bhuvi Bhavuka Prayanal Payusha Sabya Kalabasmin Yugejana Mandasumanna Matayo Mandabhagya Hupadrita. You'll like this. O learned ones, in this iron age of Kali, men have almost always have but short lives. They are quarrelsome, lazy, misguided, unlucky, and above all, always disturbed. Yasvanubhavam akilashti saramekam adhyatmadipam atititir shatam tamondam samsarinam karunayaha puranakuyam tam vyasasunum upayami gurum muninam. Let me offer my respectful obeisances unto him, Shuka, the spiritual master of all sages, the son of Vyasadeva, who, out of his great compassion for those gross materialists who struggle to cross the ocean of material existence, spoke this most confidential supplement to the cream of Vedic knowledge after having personally assimilated it by experience. Everyone knows this. Please chant along. Savai pumsam paro dharmo yato bhaktiradhoksaje ahaitukya pratyata yayatma suprasidati. The supreme occupation, dharma, for all humanity is that by which men can attain to loving devotional service unto the transcendent Lord. Such devotional service must be unmotivated and uninterrupted to completely satisfy the self. Vasudeve Bhagavati Bhakti Yoga Prayojita Janayatya Shivairagyam Jnanam Cha Yadahaitukam. By rendering devotional service unto the personality of Godhead Sri Krishna, one immediately acquires causeless knowledge and detachment from the world. Dharma swanustita pumsam vishvaksena katasuya notparayed yatiratim shrama eva hi kevalam. The occupational activities a man performs according to his own position are only so much useless labor if they do not provoke attraction for the message of the personality of Godhead. Vadanti tat tattva vidas tattvam yajnanamadvayam Rameti paramatmeti bhagavaniti shabdyate. Learned transcendentalists who know the absolute truth call this non-dual substance Brahman, Paramatma, and Bhagavan. Ata pumbir dvijashreshta varnashrama vibhagasha swanushtistasya dharmasya samsidir haritoshanam. O best among the twice-born, it is therefore concluded that the highest perfection one can achieve by discharging the duties prescribed for one's own occupation according to caste divisions and orders of life is to please the personality of Godhead. To please whom? Yes, to please the Lord. Yad adudyasina yukta karma granti nabandhanam chindanti kovidas tasya kona kuryat kataratim. With sword in hand, intelligent men cut through the binding knots of reactionary work, karma, by remembering the personality of Godhead. Therefore, who will not pay attention to his message? Shushusho Shudhanasya Vasudeva Kataruchi Syan Mahat Sevaya Vipra Punyatirtan Shevana. O twice-born sages, by serving those devotees who are completely free from all vice, great service is done. By such service one gains affinity for hearing the messages of Vasudeva. For hearing the messages of whom? I couldn't hear anything. That is correct. Shinvatam swakata Krishna punya shravana kirtana hridyam taksto hyabadrani vitunoti suritsatam. Lord Sri Krishna, the personality of Godhead, who is the Paramatma, super soul in everyone's heart, and the benefactor of the truthful devotee, cleanses desire for material enjoyment from the heart of the devotee, who relishes his messages, which are in themselves virtuous when? The correct answer is properly heard and chanted. Haribo. Vidyate hridaye grantish chidante sarvasankshaya shiyante chasya karmani drishta eva manishvare. Thus the knot in the heart is pierced, and all misgivings are cut to pieces. The chain of fruitive actions is terminated when one sees the self as master. Ete chamshakala pumsa krishnastu bhagavan swayam indrari vyakulam lokam hridayanti yuge yuge. All of the above-mentioned incarnations are either plenary portions or portions of the plenary portions of the Lord. But Lord Sri Krishna is the original personality of Godhead. All of them appear on planets whenever there is a disturbance created by the atheists. The Lord incarnates to protect the theists. Saveda datu padavim parasya duranta viryasya ratangapane yomayaye santatatanu vritya bhajeta tatpada sarojagandam. Only those who render unreserved, uninterrupted, favorable service unto the lotus feet of Lord Krishna, who carries the wheel of the chariot in his hand, can know the creator of the universe in his full glory, power, and transcendence. Nayad vachas chitrapadam harir yasho jagat pavitram pragranita karichit tadvayasam tirtam ushanti manasa nayatra hangsa niramantu shikshaya. Those words which do not describe the glories of the Lord, who alone can sanctify the atmosphere of the whole universe, are considered by saintly persons to be like unto a place of pilgrimage for crows. Since the all-perfect persons are inhabitants of the transcendental abode, they do not derive any pleasure there. Tadvag visargo janataga viplavo yasmin pratishlokam abhadyavatyapi namanyanantasya yashon kitani yat shinvanti gayanti grananti sadhava. On the other hand, that literature which is full of descriptions of the transcendental glories of the name, fame, forms, pastimes, etc. of the unlimited Supreme Lord is a different creation, full of transcendental words directed towards bringing about a revolution in the impious lives of this world's misdirected civilization. Such transcendental literatures, even though imperfectly composed, are heard, sung, and accepted by purified men who are thoroughly honest. Naishkarmyam apyachuta bhava varjitam nashobate jnanam alam niranjanam kutakpana shashvara bhadram ishvare nacharpitam karma yadapyakaranam. Knowledge of self-realization, even though free from all material affinity, does not look well if devoid of a conception of the infallible God. What then is the use of fruitive activities which are naturally painful from the very beginning and transient by nature if they are not utilized for this devotional service of the Lord? Haribo! Good. Tekva sadharmam charanam bhujam harir bhajana pakvota patatato yadi yatra kwa babajram abuda mushakim kovarta apto bhajatam sudharmata. One who has forsaken his material occupations to engage in the devotional service of the Lord may sometimes fall down while in an immature stage. Yet there is no danger of his being unsuccessful. On the other hand, a non-devotee, though fully engaged in occupational duties, does not gain anything. Tasyai beheto prayate kovino nalabhyate yad brahmatam uparyada Tallabhyate dukavaranyata sukham kalena sarvatra gabhira ramhasa. Persons who are actually intelligent and philosophically inclined should endeavor only for that purposeful end which is not obtainable even by wandering from the topmost planet, Brahmaloka, down to the lowest planet, which is called Patala. Good. 20 points. As far as happiness derived from sense enjoyment is concerned, it could be attained automatically in due course of time, just as in course of time we obtain miseries, even though we do not desire them. Etad dhyatura chittanam Matra sparsheschaya muhuhu bhava sindhu plavo drushto hari charyanuvarnanam. It is personally experienced by me that those who are always full of cares and anxieties due to desiring contact of the senses with their objects can cross the ocean of nescience on a most suitable boat. The constant chanting of the transcendental activities of the personality of Godhead. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. So I'll do a verse, and then the translation, and then we'll do that in between, okay? Say yes. Thank you. Anarto pasanam sakshad bhakti yogam atoksaje lokasya ajanato vidvams chakre satvata samhitam. The material miseries of the living entity which are superfluous to him can be directly mitigated by the linking process of devotional service. But the mass of people do not know this, and therefore the learned Vyasadeva compiled this Vedic literature, which is in relation to the supreme truth. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Yasyam vai shuyamanayam, Krishne paramapurushe, bhaktir utpadyate pungsa, shoka moha vayapaha. Simply by giving oral reception to this Vedic literature, the feeling for loving devotional service to Lord Krishna, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, sprouts up at once to extinguish the fire of lamentation, illusion, and fearfulness. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. I like what's going on in the front row over here. Atma Ramashtamunayo, Nigranta Apyarukrame, Kurvanta Haitukim Bhaktim, Etam Bhuta Guno Hari. All different varieties of Atma Ramas, those who take pleasure in the Atma or spirit self, especially those established on the path of self-realization, though freed from all kinds of material bondage, desire to render unalloyed devotional service unto the personality of Godhead. This means that the Lord possesses transcendental qualities and therefore can attract everyone, including liberated souls. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Janmaishvarya Shutta Shri Bir Edamana Madak Puman Naivar Yabitatum Vai Tvam Makinchana Gocharam. My Lord, your lordship can easily be approached, but only by those who are materially exhausted. One who is on the path of material progress, trying to improve himself with respectful parentage, great opulence, high education, and bodily beauty cannot approach you with sincere feeling. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Shrivanti Gayanti Grananti Bhikshnasha, Smaranti Nandanti Tabehidam Jana. Taeva Pashantyavacharena Tavakam Bhava Prabhaho Paramam Padam Bhujam. O Krishna, those who continuously hear, chant, and repeat your transcendental activities, or take pleasure in others doing so, certainly see your lotus feet, which alone can stop the repetition of birth and death. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Ata Vishvesha Vishvatman, Vishvamurte Sukeshu Me, Sneha Pasham Imam Chindi, Dhritam Panlushu Vrishnushu. O Lord of the universe, O Soul of the universe, O Personality of the form of the universe, please therefore sever my tie of affection from my kinsmen, the Pandavas and the Vrishnis. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Twaime nanya vishaya, matir madhu pate sakrit, ratim utvahadada, gange vaugam udanvati. O Lord of Madhu, as the Ganges forever flows to the sea without hindrance, let my attraction be constantly drawn unto you without being diverted to anyone else. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Sarvam kalakritam manye bhavatam cha yad arpatam arpriyam sapalo yad vishe loko vayur iva ghanavali. In my opinion, says Bhishma Dev to the Pandavas, this is all due to inevitable time, under whose control everyone in every planet is carried, just as the clouds are carried by the, correct answer is wind. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Na yasya karichit rajan puman veda viditsatam yad vigna saya yukta muhyanti kavayopihi. O King, no one can know the plan of the Lord, Sri Krishna. Even though great philosophers inquire exhaustively, they are bewildered. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Bhavayanastvam bhava vishvabhavana tameva matata suritpati pata tvam sadgururna paramam shadaivatam yasyanu kritino babhuvima. Babhuvima, we have become. O Creator of the universe, you, our Mother, well-wisher, Lord, Father, spiritual master, and worshipable deity. By following in your footsteps, we have become successful in every respect. We pray, therefore, that you continue to bless us with your mercy. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Nityam nirikshamananam yadapi dwarakaukasam na betripyanti hidrisha shriyodhamangam achutam. The inhabitants of Dwarka were regularly accustomed to look upon the reservoir of all beauty, the infallible Lord, yet they were never satiated. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Udama bhava pishunama lavalguhas, Udama bhava pashunama laval, Udama bhava pashunama lavalguhasa, Vridavaloka nihato madano piyasam, Samuha chapam ajahat, Pramado tamasta yasyendriyanam vimatitum kukarna shikshu shighu. Although the queen's beautiful smiles and furtive glances were all spotless and exciting, and although they could conquer Cupid himself by making him give up his bow in frustration, and although even the tolerant Shiva could fall victim to them, still, despite all their magical feats and attractions, they could not agitate the senses of the Lord. Udama bhava pishunamala, Udama bhava pishunamala valguhasa, Vrida valoka nihato marano piyasam, Samuya chapam ajahat pramado tamasta, Yasyendriyam vimatitum kuhakar nashikhu. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Etat ishanam ishasya prakriti sto pitad gunai, na yujite sadatma star yata buddhis tad ashraya. This is the divinity of the personality of Godhead. He is not affected by the qualities of material nature, even though he is in contact with them. Similarly, the devotees who have taken shelter of the Lord do not become influenced by material qualities. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Bhavad Vida Bhagavatas Tirtha Bhuta Swayam Vibo Tirtha Kurvanti Tirtani Swantakstena Gadabrata. My Lord, devotees like your good self are verily holy places personified. Because you carry the personality of God within your heart, you turn all places into places of pilgrimage. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Evam grihishu saktanam pramattanam tadihaya atyakramad avijnata kala paramadustara. Insurmountable, eternal time imperceptibly overcomes those who are too much attached to family affairs and are always engrossed in their thought. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Ahastani sahastanam, apadani chatushpadam, palguni tatra mahatam, jivo jivasya jivanam. Those who are devoid of hands are prey for those who have hands. Those devoid of legs are prey for the four-legged. The weak are the subsistence of the strong, and the general rule holds that one living being is food for another. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Yasya shana viyogena, loka hya priya darshana, uktena rahito Isha Riktaya Prochiteyata.